actually required. So that is one. Another issue that we've seen, more on your softer skills, apart from your technical, engineering, mechanical, civil, and all those things. This is where the youth now is graduating. They've done the work, they've done the installations, they've been mentored on the technical side, and they decide to step out on their own and say, I want to establish my own thing. Then there's funding required. And the language that is spoken by us on the finance side versus what's happening on what you call the more technical side is very different. And being able to actually present a business case is a skill on its own. And there's this huge gap in terms of the information that we require for us to make an investment decision and what they're able to provide at any given time for them to actually get access to the funding, which makes it seem like, I think from the outside, looking to trying to get what you call finance is a black box. You see people going in and coming out with money, but what actually happens inside there for you to actually structure your business, formalize your business, and have the right documentation and information in place to be able to actually to be bankable is a big challenge, and that requires a bit of training, quite a lot of training, a lot of mentorship, and all of that. And it remains a big challenge, not just within the youth, but we're seeing it a lot with the youth, and just lack of awareness. A lot of people, they're seeing these solar panels going up, they're seeing all these buggies going up and down, but there isn't a greater awareness in terms of the opportunities that are available within the value chain. And how do we create that? It starts from the education, the training, and all of that. So people don't have a singular focus when they go into these things. They have to understand that there's various ways in which they can actually position themselves to actually extract value out of this. And this is not just a South African thing, it's a global thing. Fortunately, there's internet that's out there, but I mean, there's just too much information. So one has to be directed in terms of what is it that they need to look out for and how do they actually position themselves to actually take advantage of these opportunities. And lastly, it's support in terms of capital. Which is a big thing. I mean, as youth, you're starting a business, you're going to be a startup, you won't have the track record, you won't have all those things. So what we've done as the IDC, we've got what we call a youth support, a youth pipeline support development program, where we actually able to actually assist the youth in terms of developing what you call a business proposal from scratch, understanding the market, having the right contracts in place, having the right accreditation in place for them to be able to even to begin to start what you call applying for funding. So once that is in place, then we assist them in terms of how to actually contract adequately with your customers in the market and all those things, such that when you present your final business proposal, your business plan or financial model, it is something that funders can actually take into account. Another,
yeah. So I'm going to be very rude here. We are told that the session has to finish at 12:30. So I just want to remind all of us that.
So I'm
give a last point. Yes, thank you.
Yeah. So my last point, we've got a Grow-E youth scheme. So this is to assist the youth. Our definition of youth is an individual who's under the age of what you call 35 years. If there's an opportunity where you've been mentored by a company and you want to buy an equity stake of more than 25%, we're able to provide highly concessionary funding for youth to be able to actually come into more mature businesses and actually participate in the value chain. And I think it's interventions like this, if they're made available on a broader scale, not just in South Africa, but across the continent, that actually lower those barriers into entry for a lot of youth to actually be able to participate. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mtebu. I will continue in the same line of discussion on it's time for young people to take over. So I'm going to ask Mr. Sikwivilu, correct, right, who is the CEO of Lamo Solar, how can, in your opinion, how can young business people in Africa take advantage of the potential in the energy sector, particularly to address the issue of the community's lack of access to safe, but not only safe, but dependable energy as well? Your points.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I think the first point that I would love to canvass here this morning is that it is only in the beauty of the BRICS member states and also the global south that is here today, where when a continent or the globe is facing challenges of electricity supply, young people like myself gather with other delegates who are here today to not only read about the policy shifts or policy shifts that need to be adopted to respond to this challenge, but also get involved and contribute meaningfully. So I'm very delighted to be here, and I'm extremely grateful for this opportunity, Program Director. I think there is no one silver bullet to answer the question that you have just asked right now. But speaking from personal experience, I think it is quite important for any entrepreneur of any age, not only the youth, to adequately scan the environment before going into business and taking opportunity of the crisis or the challenges that are being faced by either a nation or a region like ourselves. It is, for the mere virtue that we're all gathered here today, I am of the view that we all know that we've got over 600 million people who don't have access to electricity currently in sub-Saharan Africa. That number is actually double globally. 1.2 billion people don't have access to electricity. Now, the question that follows is, how do we address that shortfall and bring about energy justice by doing away with energy poverty? I get criticized for saying this quite often, but I don't think there is one single mode of technology that can respond to the energy challenges that we have. We've got base load. We all know what base load energy is and what the requirements of that could look like. Then we've got renewable energy, which is intermittent in its very nature and needs to be complemented by technology that is being produced by even this gentleman who's sitting right across me, who I met last night and showed me that they are repackaging laptop batteries to use for residential application. But in the short journey that we've been in business for the past 10 years, we started off doing residential size systems, and there was a market for that. This is before the mass rollout of blackouts that we're currently experiencing. So residential homeowners wanted to have power backup in that kind of setup. We serviced predominantly the urban and peri-urban type of clients, the people in Sandton, the people who could afford. But fast forward 10 years later, we've had the rare opportunity of implementing a mini-grid solution in a place called Upper Blinkwater, which currently powers up over 70 homes. The people in that community were living, 90% of them were living beneath the poverty line. And I'm using this example of applying a mini-grid as opposed to having a small home system or a residential size hybrid system for the purposes of putting context into what it means to apply a different technology to different settings. So I think young people have the homework of scanning the environment thoroughly and identifying where within that value chain they can play a role and contribute, and of course, make some money while they respond to these challenges that are being faced by sub-Saharan Africa and the globe at large. But I also think this platform offers us a very rare opportunity to formulate those partnerships and not waste time in reinventing the wheel. When I was doing my master's in 2013, one of the studies that was published by the International Energy Agency was that over 620 million people didn't have access to electricity then. 10 years later, we're sitting with 600 million people who don't have access to electricity. That is not to say nothing was done in the 10 years. That is to say, at the rate at which we're responding to this energy poverty, population is also increasing. That then gives us a big task and homework to double down on our efforts in responding to this energy poverty. I do not want to go back to school and study how to make solar panels in the most efficient and cheapest way when I've got Chinese counterparts amongst me who are the largest producers of solar modules currently. And in saving time, I can partner up with those that are producing panels in Shenzhen or wherever the case may be, and see how we can duplicate that model locally. Duplicating it locally has got added multiple benefits. It's got the benefit of dropping down the costs of these solar modules, because part of the cost that goes to buying a solar panel for us as South Africans or anybody else outside of China is the shipping of these modules. Added to that, we respond to one of the triple challenges that South Africa is currently faced with, which is poverty, inequality, and most importantly, unemployment. So we get a rare opportunity of then employing young people in producing these solar modules. There's a lot that I feel we can share in this platform, but in the interest of time, I may have to cut myself short before you grab the mic from me.
I'm very good at rugby, so. Thank you very much. And actually, you gave the next point of the discussion by discussing the should technologies be imported? Should we localize the manufacturing of technologies? Which is exactly the thing that I want to ask the next speakers. How might the localization of technology in the energy sector help the industrialization of African countries and the jobs development? We hear about unemployment and economic poverty. Are there any tactics that young people and business people can use to support this, if your view is that it should be supported towards sustainable growth? And I'm going to ask Ms. Maluleke first, and then I'm going to go to Mr. Biswas.
Good afternoon, ladies and gents. Thank you, Program Director. So to me, localization of the technology in energy involves customizing the energy solution to the region's or community's unique need by utilizing the local resources to improve energy efficiency and the sustainability. For example, what can we do in the communities? We can build the microgrids because of the resources that we already have there, because of the raw materials that we already have there. We can build the microgrid, we can build the off-grid solution, as well as bioenergy from the local waste. But by doing so, you should also take into account the cultural and the socio-economic elements on how it will affect the people to use the localized technologies. For instance, it is essential to comprehend regional culinary costumes and the preferences if the clean cooking technologies were to be implemented successfully in the rural environment. Then how do I see a young business people playing a significant role in there? There are strategies or the tactics that as a young people, we have to influence so that we are able to localize these technologies. For example, through partnership and collaboration. So if you look at this point, and you take a step back, for example, where I grew up, I used to see the doctors and the nurses embracing their professionalism. But I've never seen the young entrepreneurs embracing their professionalism. So as a youth or the entrepreneurs, we also need to evolve also at the basic level so that we paint a different picture in order for us to achieve in localization. Partnering with businesses, suppliers, and different stakeholders will then robust the network. If the young people and the youth can strengthen the network in partnering with the businesses, then it becomes easier for us to localize the technology. By doing so, we can share resources, like my brother is alluded there, to say that if China is the biggest country in terms of manufacturing this renewable, why then we don't then at the local level partner in terms of exporting the resources, we share the skills and the expertise, then we can then achieve in the localizations of these technologies within our own regions. Number two, continuous innovation and improvement. As these technologies always keeps on advancing, by the youth partnering with the businesses, it then gives them a broader space in terms of the research and development to look on how can we further improve. And if youth assist in threatening and supporting the localization, it will also be easier for the industries, for example, through the procurement value chain, to emphasize on the local content. Because if you check now in terms of the procurement from the big companies, there is no disclaimer in terms of whether the preferable will be a local content. Because there is no involvement also from the youth perspective in embracing the space of the localization. So if we can successfully be able to localize these technologies, then we create more space for the job opportunities, you create more skills, so we can do more. So the localization concept for me works, or it will work, and then create more job opportunities to curb the unemployment rates that we're facing as African countries. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you very much. A very interesting view that it's not localization or trading, that the two can work together. Very interesting, thank you very much. Let's go to the next.
Thank you. Good afternoon, friends and dignitaries. I'm honored to be part of this panel discussion. I will continue with this same topic of localization of energy technologies and the involvement of youth in the sector. My friends, Ms. Palma and yourself has raised really good points about solar manufacturing. I will start with that. See, China is the major manufacturer. Before that, it was Taiwan. Am I audible? Yeah, okay. So after that, what India has done, I will bring my country, India, into the discussion, reason being because South Africa and India both are developing, and we are sister countries. And what India has done in the solar panel manufacturing, we have started with these panel assembling. And with the assembling, we have at least 15 different companies in India. And today we are the biggest manufacturers, one of the biggest manufacturers of modules. Our total capacity for manufacturing is 10 gigawatt. So we started with the solar manufacturing, and now we are slowly going into this, the cell manufacturing. We are not importing nowadays. I mean, in future, we are not going to import any solar cells. So this, we have completely reduced dependence of imports of solar modules by producing in our country. We have, in this time, we have created a lot of jobs, and I think African continent should also do the same. We can start with, the assembling part, and then slowly the technology transfer, and you can start doing everything by yourself. One of the key initiatives that the government of India has taken, it is called Make in India, and in Hindi it's called Atmanirbhar Bharat, that is self-reliant India. I think Africa also should follow the same footstep and do the same, and build the manufacturing unit for every kind of technology in the energy sector into their country. And with this, they can they can save a lot of foreign currency, they can improve balance in trade, and there is supply chain disruption will not be hampered if you can manufacture your equipments in your own country. And with this, you will create a lot of jobs, and there will be a lot of support industries which will be needing for this manufacturing units, and that will also require a lot of jobs. And in India, by 2022, with this Make in India mission, we have created 100 million jobs, which is a lot. And this Make in India mission has created 25% of our GDP. So that's huge. And I think Africa should follow the same footstep. with this localization, you can build a lot of capacity. And when there are industry coming up, you will find a lot of big corporates will be spending on R&D, and the youth can help in really leveraging this, leveraging the technology, and they can be part of this mission. They can study the challenges. Uh, they can really help a lot in this mission. I'll draw the few points on this. They can go into the for public awareness. They can go in the villages. They go in the remote areas, and they can engage with the communities. They can take part in teaching the local people and see the solution. My friend has also talked about the microgrids in Africa. As I have heard, that 57% of the population doesn't have access to electricity. So they can go into the villages where there are hilly regions. They can get the solution of the remote solar. And I'll draw also an example of solar PV inverters. The inverters are being manufactured in Europe, and the grid was everywhere. So the inverters are on grid. But in the countries like India or in Africa, the grid is not everywhere. So we need hybrid inverters. So how will you get the hybrid inverters? What Indians have done, they have put up their own R&D units, and we have got hybrid inverter in our own country. So there are a lot of hybrid inverter companies that have come up. And so Africa, so this is the community specific solutions. The hybrid inverter is not a single solution. You can hybrid with wind, you can hybrid with biomass. So you need to specifically develop those kind of products and use. So it's not only the big companies who can do the R&D and bring these solutions. I think the youths can go into that and do some research and bring the solution in there. And they can do the pilot projects also in some of the places, some of the remote places. And with this pilot project, if there's a successful, they can go to the big corporates and get some funding. Okay. Thank you. No problem. Thank you.
Because I think the next what you almost preached to us is the value of collaboration, the value of partnerships, which leads us to the next part of this discussion. Actually, you don't need me here. You go from one topic to the other yourselves. Mr. Spoyalov, how can youth-led initiatives and collaborations, broader collaborations, governments, financial institutions, industry stakeholders, how can they be promoted to assist and scale up the activities of young entrepreneurs in the energy sector?
Thank you very much. So I'm going to start with a very, very simple formula. Young generation equals energy and the power. Thank you for your support. And I got proof for it, because when I came to this room, it was very cold. And now you can feel it's warm, it's getting warm. But okay, we increase CO2 emissions a bit, but it doesn't matter. As I said, that the young generation equals energy, but sometimes it's uncontrolled energy. And the task of more experienced people, I would say older people, to focus this energy into the right direction. It is very important because, for example, if now we will start to discuss, I don't know, some topic, it will be the billions of different ideas. And the task is of moderator is to focus. Don't get me wrong, but I really respect the organizations who talking too much. But for me, it's very important not to discuss the problem, but to identify the problem and then find the solution and go to the solution. And we were inspired by this idea, and last year, together with IA BRICS and Rosatom, we created the community who make things happen. So we established Global Partners Network Initiative. It happened last year in Sochi. So please raise your hand who are aware about this initiative. Oh, cool. Great. And yeah, within this initiative, we have 4 tracks, 4 business tracks, I would say that. 2 of them are about the education. One of this education in Africa, it calls Nulwazi. Please, guys, raise your hand. Yeah, we can discuss afterwards. And also track about waste management, track about Pritam also involved in this initiative. So the idea is to act and not think about the problem. Yes, we've got a problem about the climate change. What we should do? Construct solar panels, right? Build wind turbines, and of course, nuclear power plants. It's easy, right? Don't you think that is easy? We should act like an ants. We see the dead bug on our way. What should we do? Dismantle it and go ahead. That's what should be done. So that's the idea of this initiative. And if you're interested, please, we've got enough time to discuss it, and we need new members because we need to act more. And the second community I want to present is IYNC. Maybe you heard about it. Please raise your hand who knows about this. Oh, also good. It's actually, it's industry community of young nuclear professionals. Previously, it was established as a community for exchanging of technical knowledge, but now it's much more, because our idea is to find the balance between renewables and nuclear and make it on the one, on the one way to solve the climate change problems. So that's the examples I want to present you. And, you know, I like the expression, there is no future without the past, but I would modify it a bit. There is no future without the future, and we are the future. So, thank you very much, guys.
Excellent, thank you very much. Mr. Mrema, again on the same topic of collaborations, partnerships, your view.
Okay, thank you so much. What I believe is that I am addressing my fellow current and future leaders. So I want to share my insights in a very different way, of which I want to position myself as an incumbent head of state, addressing to you in one of the general assemblies in this topic. I think doing so can help us to understand and to actually know how can we solve this. By the way, Your Excellencies, aspiration number 6 of the Agenda 2063 wants us to have a developed Africa which is people-driven. That means we have to harness the potentials of women and youth in achieving development. It hasn't been so because of several challenges. As we are leveraging and as we are exploring on how we can increase the access to renewable energy, especially in creating opportunities for young people, I would like to identify that one of the stumbling blocks that we are having is lack of supportive legal frameworks. In most of African countries, our policies and our laws are not supportive enough to allow and to provide a room of partnership between youth-led initiatives with other development actors. It seems like the people who are holding these positions are somehow conservative. So Your Excellencies here, my fellow young leaders, we have to be radical. We have to change the narrative. We have to go and review the policies we are having. For example, our friends in Malawi, as one of the majority of African countries, until now, they don't have Startup Act, which can help youth who are establishing startups to know how they can benefit the market. So what we have to do currently is to make sure that we have enough policies that can cater for the contemporary needs that youth in businesses, especially renewable energy, are looking for. Second one, which I want to address, is that we lack constant financial flow to support and to finance youth-led initiatives. Currently, the status of the climate finance, it shows that Africa, we need $211 billion so as to suffice the ambitious goals we have in climate. But until now, the flow is only 21 and something dollars, which is only like 11%. So we have more than 89 financial gap in the climate finance. Now, what are we going to do? In my country, we will start mobilizing internally our funding. We won't wait for donor funding. We won't wait for other stakeholders to come with money that have standards, have instructions, have some conditions. We have to mobilize funding from inside. We need to have a specialized funding for young people. If we know that young people in Africa amounts to more than 60% of the population, now how comes we can't allocate 60% of the budget to benefit young people directly or indirectly? I think this is possible, and it's something which need policy approach. And the third and last point is that we need to have favorable technological transfer. Our friends and colleagues in South Africa, they have started exploring innovation in hydrogen. Why are we bothering going to other countries? Well, inside the BRICS bloc and other neighboring countries in Africa, they are doing the same. Why are we employing expatriates from far world to do things which we can train our people in our country for them to do? I think this is the time that we have to take an holistic approach that can address policy and that can make sure that we have a robust financial architecture for energy investment. As South Africans used to say, Ubuntu, I am because we are. I believe our leaders are because of how youth we are. We have to check we have to take the charge, and we have to make things happen. I thank you.
Mr. Mrema, I don't know where we're voting now, but but you got me in that mood, like where is that guy going to be a president? Thank you. Thank you. And again, we're following the discussion, we're following the topic with collaboration, cooperation, youth in the middle, youth in the center, but you actually gave the lead to our last question, that it's not last by accident. She's a very close friend of mine, Prof. Josephine. Cooperation and collaboration and all of these things are good and well, but what actions can we take to promote this collaboration while making finances and resources accessible? Because this is something that came as a underlying theme. We all see the solution. How do we fund the solution? So, Prof. Josephine, floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, participants. Thank you, Rola. I'm really grateful to be part of this conversation. And of course, a lot has been said by the previous panelists. And it's more of synthesizing on what needs to be done, because there are several actions that can be taken to promote cooperation and financing resources to make them accessible for the youth. So first, one of the important action would be to establish partnerships between youth organizations and local businesses or government agencies. As several of the panelists have given examples of some of the programs that they are already happening, because these programs can help secure funding and resources for programs that can support the youth. So I think creating awareness could help in making the youth aware of these partnerships. And one of the examples I'd like to give is the IRENA initiative, which was established or launched recently, that is supporting the youth in transitioning and supporting initiatives and startups relating to renewable energy. So another effective strategy would be perhaps creating mentorship programs that will be able to connect the young people with experienced professionals, because mentorship programs can offer experiential learning, which is essential for business education, training, and collaboration. And we also find that, and this has been mentioned by the previous panelists about the financing aspects, because financial service providers generally identify youth as high risk a group. And one of the things that needs to be done is reforming the financial systems so that they can be fully inclusive, equitable, and also able to meet the needs of all types of business people, including the youth. And then additionally, it is important to promote collaboration and teamwork among the young people and the youth, because this can help to build trust among one another and foster a sense of community. Another aspect that I would maybe challenge the youth and the business entrepreneurs who are in this group is about implementing innovative solutions that are tailored to specific needs of the community. Because here we are dealing with about 600 million people who do not have access to energy, and about 900,000 million people without access to clean cooking fuel. So we need to find a community and develop a business that meets that needs, because sometimes we might implement solutions that do not meet the specific needs of that community. So find a community, implement solutions that meet that needs. But at the same time, in developing those innovative solutions, ensure that you are also looking on productive use of energy. You're also creating business opportunities and livelihoods to the community that you are implementing. In doing so, you will be providing examples and innovative solutions that proves that funding youth-led initiatives would be possible. So in conclusion, I would say that I believe working together and leveraging the resources that we have can be able to create a brighter future for the youth and help them to reach their full potential. Just as one of the panelists has said, youth equals to energy. So I believe the youth can unlock its full potential, which in Africa, it's about 70% of population which are below 30 years. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Josephine. Thank you very much. Any pressing comments short comment from the panel that you cannot hold it anymore? You have to talk about it. Otherwise, I will turn my head to the audience and see if there are any questions that side so that we can start the discussion. Okay, let me go that side. Please also introduce yourself so that you don't go blind against the panelists.
Good morning, I'm Vumikazi, and I have a question for and Mr. So my question is, it's not a question actually, I would like you to repeat the two organizations that you mentioned in your talk, and I would like you to repeat the name of the initiative that India had that led to 100 million people jobs. Thanks.
Thank you.
So the first one is Global Partners Network. So as I said, we started to act immediately, but now we're focusing on our general strategy. And the second one is IYNC. It's International Young Nuclear Congress. So you can find the webpage and social media also.
It's Make in India. Make in India. So there is a website in this name also, exactly the same. Yeah.
Thank you. There is a question here, and then I'll take the question in the back.
Thank you so much. My name is Gibson Kawago from Tanzania. I'm a young leader for SDGs by the United Nations. Also, I'm the founder of a company where we recycle laptop batteries to create energy storage systems. One of the biggest challenges I've seen in most African innovations is we always thrive to create something specific made in Africa. And from the panel discussion, I've learned that it's important at some point to understand there are countries which are advanced in technology. They can better make our products, then we can take them from their countries to ours. But one of the most challenges, most African innovators try to make everything. And that is what is holding back most of the innovations. We end up having millions of prototypes which don't take off to solve our problems. So what is your stand, any of the panelists? What is the stand that you have? What is the advice do you give? Is it better to work with the advanced countries' technologies and bring them to Africa? They are made in there and solve our problems? Or we strive to make our own, then we make made in Africa? Thank you.
As well, and then
Thank you very much. My name is Abdulhamid Tahir Hamid. I am the Chief Executive Officer of Global Environmental and Climate Conservation Initiative from Nigeria. At the same time, I'm the President of the African Union Great Greenwald Youth Advisory Board. I think our guest speaker was mentioned, Mr. Govinda, said that they are planning to train 20,000 youth. Is it only in South Africa or in African countries? And again, okay. And again, our last, almost I can say the last panelist, you mentioned about this localization based on contents of Africa. I think the best idea that we can take as an Africa, there is an alternative source of energy, which is charcoal briquette. This briquetting is an alternative that we can use it for our cooking, because in our environment, people were felling trees to use it for cooking, for firewood. So we need to take like this initiative or innovative an idea of charcoal briquette, where we can provide an alternative source of energy to our people.
thank you very much. One more question. It's going to be the last of the session. Sorry to the rest of the people, but you will need to go for lunch. So.
Hi everyone, my name is Neotlo and I'm in the oil and gas sector. So my question is, in as much as we have all these innovations and things that are happening for young people in all the African countries, how do we ensure that there's a singular platform where information can be accessed? Because I think particularly in South Africa, the issue is access to that information. So yes, in forums like this, we discuss, we know that there are things like that, but to the ordinary young person, South African young person or African young person, how do they access this information and how do they become part of the initiatives that are going on in all the various countries? It can be answered by anyone.
Thank you very much. Sincere apologies for the rest of the people. We'll get the answers. We need to wrap up, the boss said. Anybody for these three questions? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I will spend a few seconds attempting the question of my colleague from Tanzania. To be honest, I'm a fan of Made in Africa because I believe even the countries which we are depending from, some of them, they were once developing like Tanzania. What we have to do is to have like a cooperation with them. Of course, we can send our young people there to go and get training, and then we can somehow, if possible, import that technology, but we have to do ourselves. What I believe is that Africa can, because we are resourceful in terms of raw materials, we are resourceful in terms of labor, we are resourceful in terms of skills. It is a shame to have everything produced in other countries while we can do it in Africa. So the best approach to do this is to have a multilateralism of which it is limited to some extent to make sure that we have a win-win situation. Thank you.
Hello, am I audible? Yeah. So I'll address your question, my friend from Tanzania. See, the idea is to create job, employment, just energy transition, and we have a lot of labor, both in India as well as in Africa. So it's not to build this Africa or India as an innovation hub. At first, we have to address those problems. So I believe we can bring those innovations in our country, like in India, what we have done, even in Make in India. So we have percentage of domestic content. The reason being, I'll give an example of the car industry. What we have initially done, the car technology is from Japan or some other country or in USA. So we have brought those companies in our country. We asked them to set up the manufacturing unit in our country, like in Tesla. They're gonna set up the manufacturing unit in India to sell those cars in India. So slowly, within the period of 2 decades, what has happened in Indian manufacturing? India has become a manufacturing hub for the cars, for the developing world. So now we started to innovate our own cars, the affordable cars. How this has happened? Because we have made them, forced them to come to our country, bring this technology, and with this 2 decades, there are a lot of technology transfer has happened. The same has happened with the manufacturing companies. Xiaomi is one of the biggest manufacturer of the phone. Now, India is the biggest manufacturing unit of Xiaomi phones. So slowly the technology is coming to India. The Apple phones are getting manufactured here. It is more or less assembled. The semiconductor industry hasn't picked up, but you will see in the next decade, it will pick up. The research and innovation will come. So India is only, biotechnology is the only innovation where which is happening in India. Rest all the things we are slowly in the assembling part or doing some little bit of innovation. So it's not only innovation at the first hub for industrialization, for getting the job. It's what they have done. You have to do everything. I mean, assembling or the betterment part, not the innovation part. Okay, that's my answer.
Any other of the panelists? Last.
Yes. Is it on? Yeah. So yeah, in terms of the youth training program, it's Gauteng, just for this province that we're in now, 6,000 youth. It's just an initiative as a start, and we're hoping it's something that will be rolled out to the rest of the country. And just to add to that, when it comes to innovation, it's not like oil and minerals. If you have it, you have it. If you don't have it, you have it. For you to actually build those businesses and to actually commercialize that, whatever innovation it is, it's a lot of deliberate action that needs to be taken throughout the value chain by the policymakers, by the investment communities, by everyone to actually build those competencies, invest in them, and get to a point where you actually become competitive in whatever market you choose to operate in. So, yeah, just to relegate the aspect of the innovation to other nations doesn't really help you. You have to make the right decisions and the policies and put the money behind it to make it work.
I think you were just making reference to how information within the energy ecosystem is dispersed to the right intended beneficiaries. And I just recall in 2016, with a couple of other colleagues in the energy sector, we were very fortunate to be taken on an excursion to the Bay Area in San Francisco through Investec. And during that excursion, it was only 2 weeks where we realized that there was over 50 incubators which we could visit within the Bay Area alone, who were just intended and focused on energy technology at the time. Of course, they were not doing everything. They were not doing, you would not find an incubator that was focusing on solar panels or generation facilities together with storage facilities. Everything was very much tailored to that particular incubator. And I think as South Africa, I don't know about all the other African countries, we could benefit quite a lot by having more focused research centers which are focusing on the different aspects of the value chain that we need to bring about the responses that we need for the energy crisis that we currently face.
The research centers have to find a way to talk to each other as well, because then we will end up to that. Thank you very much, everyone. It's 12:30. We have to wrap up the session. We're all going for lunch. And the next sessions will start at 1:30. Let's try and all be back by 1:30 for the interesting discussions of this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Hello? There we go. Hi. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Come in. Don't be shy. Welcome. So yeah, thanks everyone for making the time to attend our session. I think it's incredibly important what we're going to be working towards. As having dinner with a friend, let's say 2 months ago, don't stress on timeline. And we were talking about like why we learn stuff and why you would study, why you would choose to take the journey. And my view is there's never anything wasted in learning anything. And often it's only 5 to 10 years after the fact where I'm doing something and then the penny drops and I'm like, oh, so that's what that was about. Whereas her approach is far more structured. She likes to learn things for when she's going to use them and when it's going to be immediate. But either way, whatever your approach to learning and education is, there's a huge amount of knowledge that we need to put together for a just energy transition. And it's not just technical, it's beyond that, because how do we define fairness? What is justness? How do we work through a process where there's inclusivity and people can protect their livelihoods? So yeah, that's what we're talking about today. We're gonna go into education, we're gonna go into the just energy transition, and I'm very, very fortunate I don't have to do this alone. I've got some wonderful panelists, so I'm gonna ask them to come up and then I'll introduce them one by one. Let's start. Let me introduce myself. Sorry. I am Rosalind. I'm from SANEA, South African National Energy Association. We're about to have our 100th year, so a fairly old organization. We're based on energy advocacy. We're not pro any one technology versus the other. We like to open up discussion. We don't lobby at all, so everybody's viewpoints are going to be taken into account, and we want to examine the issue from all sides. And when I'm not with SANEA, I'm the Group Energy Manager for Impact. We're a big recycling and packaging business in South Africa. We're listed, we're one of those big listed companies that no one knows. Okay, so welcome my panel. I'm going to start with Aradna. Aradna's from CSIR. She's the group leader for Energy Industry and Energy Systems Research Group at the CSIR, Council for Scientific and Industrial Research. She has a bachelor's degree in electronic engineering from Howard College, UKZN, and a master's degree in electrical engineering, focusing on renewable energy from Wits University. She is a technical board member of SEGRA South Africa, representing the country in the International C6 Study Committee on Active Distribution Systems and Distributed Energy Resources. She's also a professional engineer with EXA, which is the Energy Engineering Council of South Africa. She is an internationally accredited technical expert on energy economics and power system analysis of renewable energy. And while she worked at Eskom, she gained immense experience in research, testing, and development, and was predominantly centered on embedded generation and the technical, economic, operational, and environmental impact. Should I do your second paragraph, or do you feel introduced? Awesome, perfect, thank you. And then Tebe. It's also the first time I'm meeting both Aradna and Tebe in person. We were on a Just Energy Transition webinar a couple of months ago, so it's really, really cool to meet them in real life. So Tebe is from DMRE. He's a senior energy negotiator, and you can see this in his diplomatic response to all of his questions. True master, drawing on the last session we were together. So he's responsible for the multilateral negotiations on energy and climate change related matters. He's part of the South African Climate Change Negotiation Team under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, and he's also on the G20 for energy transition. Previously, he worked at South African Weather Service as a senior meteorologist, and he had a focus there on climate systems and seasonal forecasting. He represented the Weather Service as an expert on climate change on a number of occasions, including Africa monitoring of environment for sustainable development, UNESCO on the Benguela Large Marine Ecosystem, amongst others. He contributed to implementation of the Puma MTAP project that delivered the EU METSAT's Meteosound second generation satellite for monitoring of climate change over Africa. So this gentleman has all the details. Tepe, should I continue? Do you feel introduced? Okay. And then we've had one or two last minute substitutions, and I'm very fortunate to have Gibson join us. Gibson's a Tanzanian entrepreneur. He said not to introduce him as the CEO of his company, but I think that's just because he's very, very humble and very friendly. He looks at taking battery recycling, and so it's an area of the energy transition, as I understand it, and Gibson can correct me, where it's more distributed, it's more small scale, it's more home scale, and he's really having an impact on people's lives.
Yes.
And as well as his work as the CEO of this company, he is also a representative for clean energy for the Sustainable Development Goals, which is absolutely incredible. And then can I give you more? You know, I'm reading as I go. Do you feel introduced? Can I tell everyone more?
Yes, I feel introduced, and lastly, I'm also one among the 17 global young leaders for Sustainable Development Goals by the United Nations. And I'm helping young people in Tanzania to understand the importance of SDGs, how they can start championing SDGs from small scale until when they grow up.
Perfect. Thanks, Gibson. Welcome.
Thank you so much.
And then we've got Shepard online. Shepard, I did not receive your bio, so I'm going to hand over to you to introduce yourself. It's wonderful to have you here.
All right. So I'm Shepard from Namibia. I am the president of the Future Africa International, which is operating at the University of Namibia. So I'm a green hydrogen. I'm a green energy researcher with specialization in green hydrogen and biomass energy systems. And I work with civil societies as well as NGOs in terms of climate action. I think that's all about me in a nutshell. For more, the LinkedIn profile will be shared if you want to find out more about me. Rosaline?
I'm just finding out about our last panel member. We understand he is here somewhere in focus rooms, but no one knows exactly where. So at some point, if a panel member turns up, just direct him to the front, but we're just gonna roll with things right now. Perfect. So I'm gonna hand over to Aradhana just for a 5-10 minute opening, your thoughts on the topic that we're here to discuss.
Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, so we're talking about the just energy transition, and I think we've heard a lot during the day about where or what has brought us to this point. I think speaking about South Africa specifically, we are the 12th largest greenhouse gas emitter in the world, but we only contribute 0.4% of the global greenhouse gas emissions. However, there had been a UN study that indicated that about 100 million people will be at risk of either losing their homes or possibly losing their lives due to climate change impacts by 2030 if we do not do anything about it. And I know in South Africa, we've heard, various terms and understandings of the transition and why we are transitioning. I think there's a lot of disconnect in terms of, why should we transition if we are not the global greenhouse gas emitter or the top global greenhouse gas emitter, but we are affected. And we've already seen this in South Africa. There's been 3 provinces in South Africa that had experienced floods and extreme weather events in the past, I think 2 years at least. And people have lost their homes, maybe not lost their lives yet, but there has been a lot of impact. There has been a lot of change and influence on people's lives that, it displaced them. So at the end of the day, we do need to transition. We also form part of the Paris Agreement. As South Africa, we've signed and pledged. We have our nationally determined contributions, and I'm sure Tebe can speak about most of those aspects. And from that, we've realized that we need to go onto this journey. And we have been talking about it for the past, I think, 12 years. We have the Renewable Energy Independent Power Producer Procurement Program. That is a step in the right direction to say that we are transitioning. But it's just an energy transition. It hasn't been a just energy transition yet, and that's the problem. Everyone thinks that just energy transition is about jobs. Yes, it does form part of a small piece or a large piece of the energy transition or the justness of the transition, but it's not only about jobs. If you look at how we've selected pathways, how we've selected technologies in the past, we focused on the technical aspects. We looked at, the performance, the feasibility, the efficiency, etc. And we said, okay, we'll select these technologies based on those technical aspects. Then we slowly started saying, okay, but this is actually impacting on the environment. How do we change that? So we put in place measures to say, let's make it more environmentally friendly technologies and pathways that we select. But the social and the economic aspects are still lacking. There is, in South Africa, a triple challenge that we face every day. Highest unemployment rate in the world and highest inequality rate in the world, and we have the poverty. And we face this every day. We face these challenges. We have youth unemployment, I think, is one of the highest in the world as well. And I am saying that we actually have an opportunity with the transition to have a just energy transition and take the opportunities and the advantages that that brings in terms of promoting and helping with the triple challenge that we have in the country. But we need to prepare properly. We can't say that, yes, renewables will create jobs. If renewables creates jobs, and I know there's a big argument here. There was a statement saying that renewables can create 3 times more the jobs that will be lost. And I know there's a World Bank study that indicates that. And if you look at South Africa specifically, there's a province where almost all our power stations are housed. There's about 11 gigawatts of coal-fired power stations that we will be decommissioning by 2030. And in that province, up to now, we not have 1 solar or wind installation in that province. But we are telling them we're decommissioning all of that coal-fired power stations in their area. The economy is running on those coal-fired power stations, the coal mining activities, but we are not saying that there's any renewables there yet. Leave the fact that we still need to create the skills for us to have those opportunities. And that's the problem. We are focusing on, and we are saying that there's so many opportunities, but we are not creating the pathway and the transition to actually get to that and create sustainable jobs. Yes, job creation is one thing. I can say I bring a person to pour cement, and that's a job created. But do we want that as South Africa? And do we want that as the Global South? No, we want the sustainable jobs. And colonization has been mentioned. And I want to bring that out as well. If we do not come together and properly plan to have a just transition, we're not going to have a just transition. We are going to be recolonized. And then we're going to say, oh, but the economy did grow for that much and by that much in those years. But it was never a just transition. Right now, we have decommissioned Komati Power Station in Mpumalanga, in the province that I've mentioned. And people have lost their jobs. They are without jobs. They are crying now. And we're saying that, yes, just transition is about jobs, but that's just the one aspect, as I said. But we're still not even focused on that aspect. So my point is we need to be able to properly plan. And by that, we need to know where we're going and prioritize our actions accordingly. And I spoke about the social aspects and the economic aspects. And in relation to that, there's also other aspects like enterprise development and jobs, not only, you know, the laborers itself, but also creating entrepreneurship, also having community participation in these projects. How do we have community shared ownership of these large infrastructure projects? Let's start thinking about that. That is how we will create a just energy transition. In South Africa, we have a problem with communities not being accepting of, you know, the large infrastructure projects and striking and rioting and breaking down infrastructure and destroying infrastructure. And it's because of the unfairness, it's because of the triple challenge, it's because of the gaps that we have in the country. And I'm saying that we can actually solve both if we create this community ownership, if we create this participation. But we need to take the community along with us then. We need to be able to say, at the point of decision making, these are the options and these are I would say the opportunities that are available. How do we ensure that they have input into that? And proper input. It's easy to say, I went to a community and I engaged the community and I've ticked a box. But have you done it properly? And have you taken what they've said back to where you needed to do that and made a decision accordingly? That is a just transition. And that's what I'm saying. Let's be inclusive in how we are making these decisions. Let's take the community along. Let's ensure that nobody is left behind. And let's ensure that when there's no job opportunities, like in Mpumalanga, we're saying that there's going to be a net positive increase in jobs in decommissioning of coal-fired power stations, but from renewables. But the renewables are not installed in Mpumalanga and the skills are not being developed there. So how are those people going to ensure that they're embedded in that? They're not. Then you need to now look at economic diversification. And this is where opportunities like manufacturing come in play. And this is actually where the BRICS cooperation needs to come together, because we have, I think, advantages between us that we can bring together to ensure that we all succeed in this. At this point, I know we do not have intellectual property to start our own manufacturing plant for PV panels in the country. But if we come together with countries that do and cooperate and have collaborations, we can go further. We can create more jobs. We can have the people who are previously disadvantaged better off after this transition. And I'm just saying, let's take advantage of that opportunity. Let's do it in the right way, but make the right decisions and make the right plans and prioritize accordingly. We're saying as a country, let's just do everything. We can't do everything. We need to know step by step, what is the first priority? First priority in this country now is to develop the right skills for the economy. We are not doing that. We have not been doing that. And that's a problem. Our taxpayer money goes towards development of skills that end up unemployed. And then there's another issue in terms of going to basic education. We talk about development at higher education, but going to basic education, I was in the panel talking about STEMs and women involvement there. We need to start changing the thinking in South Africa about science and maths and taking up those subjects at a basic education level. We need to change that so that we build on it to ensure that we do create more STEM graduates. We do create opportunities or education that is related to the demand that will be coming. But we need to plan properly. And that's all I'm saying. Let's come together and let's do that. Thanks.
Perfect, thank you. All panelists, welcome to stand or sit. I find myself standing because I mentioned earlier we met each other for the first time in person right now, and I said, yo, you guys are so tall, and they said, yo, you're so short. So it's a good time to direct you towards a piece of work that Sanya has done. We've done a skills roadmap for South Africa for how we can start looking at the different types of jobs, the different types of opportunities that we should be creating, and where the youth should be looking in terms of qualifications or in terms of gathering skill to go into entrepreneurship, so we can start taking into account these opportunities. 11 gigawatts of coal being decommissioned is absolutely huge. When you think about our winter peak being experienced of 34, that's the expected winter peak from the system operator, a third of that will suddenly be gone. And how are we meeting it when we're already having to interrupt loads and load shed to make sure that we manage supply and demand on the grid all of the time? Furthermore, all of our coal-fired plants, really, they can only turn down to about 60% of their output capacity. So you have to have this massive installed capacity that's not as flexible as it needs to be. And maybe renewables and battery storage, this is where we must really be going, because that can provide some sort of fast response, some ramp up to that peak, along with pumped storage and other forms of flexible generation. So bringing it back to Tebe, the smooth negotiator, can you give us your 5 to 10 minutes opening, please?
Thank you very much. Is it on? Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah, where do I start? With these articulate speakers that just spoke. You made this life difficult for Youth Endala. those who are from South Africa will know what a Youth Endala is. I'm looking at this and they are young, and I'm almost midway plateau. So I think it's going to be challenging for me, especially that she has covered quite critical points that relate to the ip around just energy transition. And I find myself talking about just energy transition. But I think for me, the contextualization of the debate is about the transition. And as Labour was coining it, it's that you must have justice as you are transitioning, not only in the energy sector, but in other sectors that are contributing to the challenges that we are having. But of course, energy is it's a big part of that contribution to the climate change challenges that we are having. And I think because of expediency and other issues, we decided to call it just energy transition, which I think it gives it begins to create a problem, because we must say that we are transitioning in the energy sector, and therefore the transition must be just. But once you start saying just energy transition, it brings all sorts of things that we are having difficulty in addressing. But of course, because it's a song, it's a theme that everybody goes with, we appreciate that, and that is why we are here to try and find a solution to these challenges. And I'm not going to repeat, because those who are from South Africa, but I guess in the continent and within the BRICS community, we know the developmental challenges that we are facing. We cannot talk about or emphasize the issues around. In fact, the session before this was talking about access, and one of the interesting things that I picked was in relation to how funding is being conceptualized to assist countries to transition, but also the youth in particular to respond to those challenges. And for me, what becomes a problem is, but of course these are funders, so they will determine what they want to fund. But once you just focus your funding on a particular technology, and you are forcing everybody to go that direction, and I would imagine that in South Africa, you have youth registering companies on renewables. because that's what is being pushed, for example, and without having any negative, thing towards renewables, which is part of the transition, of course. We need to begin to ask relevant questions, and these are researchers. You have done research on the skills. The fundamental questions is we have these challenges of energy access, but within that context, we have poverty, inequality, and unemployment, not only in the country but in the continent broadly. But we are endowed with minerals, as we heard from colleagues in earlier sessions. Then how do you begin to appreciate those commodities that you have in order to address those issues? And how do you begin to, while we are talking about well, let me put it this way, that the problem that we are having in South Africa is that we like following trends, and I think it's happening also in the continent. Funders come and say this is the renewable, and now we are talking about green hydrogen, and the question is, and the youth, I think, must respond to this. What is it about green hydrogen in South Africa that is going to benefit you as the young people going forward? What is it that we want to address? Is the green hydrogen a solution, or one of the solutions that you will address your challenges? Somebody was saying from the department that youth is the future currency going forward. Some of us might be leaving soon, and then you will be left with these problems. So I'm saying, as we are embracing the challenge of just transition, and as we are saying that there are these interventions and opportunities that are there, but let's let the youth ask and answer these critical questions that you are raising. To say, as we push these technologies, are they going to solve these problems? Somebody was saying to me when I came here, I said, they are saying I must go to speak to youth. What do you think I should say? And he said, there's nothing that you are going to say that they don't know, but just go and ask them to tell you, as somebody who's working in government, what is it that you should do in terms of policy and other issues, so that you help them. And I was saying, what is your view on EV? Because I now hear people are saying we must move towards EV. And the EV, there are challenges that we pick from those that are actually implementing this. And you look at South Africa, I'm from Limpopo. So Limpopo probably is not a problem. I might use that EV. I charge it for 1 hour and I go. But there are those who are from Eastern Cape. Currently, as they are using these vehicles that must comply, they take almost 14 hours to go there. And you look at the dynamics around the land to say, how are you going to ensure that these cars are electrified? We are told that there are researchers here, I'm not. We are told that at least you need 1 hour to charge, and that thing can take you more than what? About 2 hours, 2 to 3 hours. And somebody who goes to Eastern Cape, who takes 14 hours, currently as we speak, and then we are pushing for EVs. Our transport system is not as like your transport system in Europe. So how do we respond to this as young people? So I guess I'm not going to give answers to these questions, but I think these are questions that we need to internalize. The young people must internalize. And again, I think as we are speaking about skills, we must also ask what skills do we need? I heard that there are 6,000 people who have been trained on RE. We are consumers. There are no manufacturing industries and so forth here. And then you are training 6,000 people. The question is, and maybe I think you can respond on that issue to say, from the skills that you have done, how is that? How is this skill 6,000 going to assist in us creating manufacturing and all of that? We also have critical minerals. How do we ensure that these are beneficiated to address the challenge of jobs that we heard about here in South Africa, for example? 60% of young people are not working. They've got different skills that must be brought into certain technologies. So as we are transitioning, colleagues, I think we need to be quite patient. We do proper analysis. There were questions asked about the importance of data and stats to actually assist us in determining the path that we want to take as a country, as a continent, but broadly within the BRICS communities in the context of development. And we don't want to be creating problems for future generations. I think you, as young people, you are also gravitating towards that direction. And as I've observed, the challenge that you are having is not so much about worrying yourself about the skills and all of that for yourself. You must worry about the young ones. You spoke about the issue of saying, how do we change the education system from the early age, so that we are able to grow people who will be able to assist going forward. So let me pause here. She took a lot of my time, so I thought that these 2 minutes I can take to just say a few words. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Yeah, thanks. I'm sure everyone can agree, like Tebe is smooth. And important to bring it back to fossil fuels, to the mineral wealth that we actually have in our country. Despite the huge success of the REAP program, if you start pulling the actual installed capacities of the equipment on our grid, we're sitting probably with 60 gigawatts of overall equipment, not looking too far down into behind the meter installations. And of that, we've got about 5 gigawatt operating renewables, a lot of them coming back in, but our baseload is really very much coal related. And hand in hand, we struggle with access to energy, with energy poverty. Is it right that some people have access to energy for light, to study, to learn, to create, to manufacture, and others are sitting and dreaming? The Eastern Cape that we spoke about a lot, it's beautiful. It's beautiful, it's unspoiled, but part of the reason is because there are actually hardly any roads. It's very, very difficult to get around there. And if you can't transport, if you can't move people, if you can't move goods, how do you drive economic activity? How do you drive improvement in the lives of the people that are there? You threw down a big gauntlet, so I think maybe the best way to answer is download the Skills Roadmap report. It's freely available. It's at African Energy Leadership Center and on the SNEA website. But South Africa and Africa in general has a massive role to play in the transition. There's a lot of discussion at the moment about where we're going to get the copper from, where we're going to get the aluminium from. A lot of the results from the skills roadmap were, we need skills just like electricians. I think the trades have become unattractive to people. People are not excited about going and working in these, but there are many very, very successful entrepreneurs running businesses working in this area. And I think with the grid constraints we see, we're going to see a lot of traditional electricians skilling up and working on home scale solar installations as people want to build the personal resilience that they're not getting any more from the sort of massive central electricity system. So bringing it down to that home level, bringing it down to what you can do if you can store energy. Because one of the biggest problems is energy is not like water. You can't put it in a dam and use it when you need it. You can put it in a battery, but how we should be storing and how we should be capturing energy has remained elusive and problematic. Short-term capacitor storage or lithium ion, and nod to another wonderful hydrogen business in South Africa, Mitochondria Energy. Check them out. What they're doing is exceptional, really, really amazing. But I'm going to hand over to Gibson, who knows far more about batteries than me, I'm sure.
Okay, thank you so much. So that man was on the road going around, and he reached that village where there were young people jumping and playing, doing some random activities, and they pulled up with a mobile phone and started showing them a video about people swimming, enjoying and doing great stuff, and those children were very interested. Then what he did, he gave them an offer to take those children to the place what they saw in the video, to go and swim. So he prepared them, took them in a bus, sent them to a town, and they arrived to a very high quality, fancy swimming pool. Then he told them, now start swimming. Then no one could swim. So the entire thing that he had done was unproductive. Why? Because they did not know what to do, but they were just enjoying seeing stuff. So it's very important to understand the necessity and importance of education to a just transformation to clean and affordable energy in the African context. What happens? There are so many solutions that exist in the African market, and they come from different countries, different innovators. There are countries which are advanced, they can manufacture products that solve different powering problems. And looking at Africa alone, more than 600 million households still do not have electricity. And in 2018, the investment in the clean energy in Tanzania, in Africa, was more than 10 billion US dollars that year alone. But still, up to now, there are communities which still do not have access. So start asking yourself, why is this huge investment being put there, but still the problem is not yet solved? So we started looking down what is happening, and we found out there are so many solutions which do not match the needs of these people. Then there is where, like at Waga, because I was born in a place where we had no electricity. So the routine was collecting 5 mobile phones, taking a bicycle, sending to a charging station. Then the next day you bring the mobile phone. We're not chatting like playing games. Why? You play a game, you go to charge far away. So you want to respond to a text, you turn off the message. And that was the routine. And my brother could start using kerosene lamps. Then at some point, if you are born in that environment, if you sleep, then you might finish the fuel you need to buy tomorrow. Or if you study with a candle, you put it on a stool, which is wooden. If you forget to sleep, the candle will burn completely. It will burn the stool, it will burn the house. So we were exposed to risks that made me start looking for different solutions. Then as I grew up, I started scrapping, going to different places, looking at radio, motherboards, TV engines, taking out capacitors, resistors, going to take the batteries, putting them together, putting a lamp, and sometimes you could get some light. If you are from a rural setup, those days radios were using batteries. If they get empty, put them under the sun. Remember, they are not solar panels, but we're just putting the cells outside under the sun. At least by anyhow they could get charged. The next phase was to crush them. So you could just take a battery, put them in the mouth, you crush it, you put it back in the radio, it was functioning. But remember, we were using our own knowledge. Then I started asking myself, how can we go to a higher level? Then I started looking for a way to study. Unfortunately, the curriculum doesn't give the exact needs that the market needs. They just teach the basics. So at the end of the day, I could access free internet. There was a mobile network that from midnight, you could get free internet up to 6 in the morning. So I could just own a chip and put in the modem, try to study about lithium-ion batteries. Then I started, when I got to university, just at the middle of the second semester, almost all our batteries were dead. So our laptops were converted to desktops. Those who could afford to change the batteries, they could go to repair. Then I was tracking, where are those repaired batteries going? No one cared. They were just taking laptop batteries, trashing them, putting them in landfill, putting them together with papers, organic waste. No one cared. Then I looked at, where do we trash all those wastes? I found out that we are trashing in dump areas where our fathers and mothers take organic manure from there and go to plant vegetables that we eat again. Then in those places, we trash batteries which have lithium, cobalt, and other harmful materials. Then we consume. Then we get impacts that will not be visible now, but after 10 years could be visible. Then I said, now it's time to cut that chain and start collecting the batteries and repurpose them to create power packs. So now at WAGA, we take the e-waste and we create the power packs, helping rural communities, the same communities that might have suffered if we could just trash them roughly, and the same communities which were using kerosene lamps, and the same communities which cannot afford expensive solutions, but they can afford they can afford to buy affordable solutions from recycled batteries. Then I started looking. I am the only person doing. What is the gap that is existing? Why do others still not do? Maybe not in the renewable energy sector, even the other sector. I found out that all you know is in your mind. Knowledge is power. You cannot speak something that you don't know. You need to know. And you cannot do something that you don't know. You need to know before you do. Then I started looking at how can we now transition, accelerate the transition to clean energy from a lower level. So I looked at how education now plays a big role. Here is the key. In the past 4 years, I worked as a manager for the Frost Science Center, the Science Museum in Tanzania, where we were helping rural communities access science, technology, engineering, and mathematics studies practically. You know, we all here graduated. Some have degrees, masters, PhD, PhD plus, and more. But at the end of the day is, what do we extract from what we studied to solve the problems? Then the solution was this. And I think I would love to share with you so that you can also transform your communities. Let's look at science. Science is the key to knowledge, understanding on how to do stuff. So it's very important to teach in schools science subjects in a way these young people can understand stuff in a way they can be able to do. In the same science, we have laboratories. Low-income communities cannot afford to have chemicals to do experiments, speaking from experience. We studied from Form 1 to Form 4, and most of our schools did not have equipment in the laboratory, but the laboratory buildings were there. The best part was we could study for 4 years, and for the final national exam is when the equipment will come, is when the chemicals will come, and overnight we'll just be told, like, now, tomorrow we have the practical exams, and we have these chemicals. Do you see? This is acid, and this is base. So if you mix that, what you studied is this one. So see you tomorrow in the paper. What do you expect? Failure. It's because now we are doing practical stuff theoretically. Then we looked at how can we do that in a simple way. At that science center, we were taking acid-base reaction, a basic reaction. You take acid, you take vinegar, you take lemon juice. Then you come to base. You can take baking powder. You can even take ashes. You do the reaction. You get salt and water easily. And students can go and duplicate at their homes. then that's how we can go to a transition. In the same chemistry, we now mine lithium, cobalt, so that we can make the batteries for the EVs. But the students need to understand how to mine lithium from a young age. How reactive is lithium? And at some point to be able just to see this is lithium, because we mine lithium, cobalt in Zimbabwe, in Congo. And the best part is they get transported to other countries, they be baptized. Then we get the batteries at a very high cost. But the raw materials come from here. Then we started with science, we come to technology. In making the battery packs and the clean energy solutions, technology is important. It's very important to teach the students technology in a way they can apply. For example, there are Arduino kits, simple programmings. There are games on the Play Store or App Store where you can learn programming from games, putting together blocks and the programmings will run. Now we have mobile phones. Even the rural communities, at least, they can afford to have some mobile phones which they can play these games. It's important to now show them that it's okay. Technology, don't think of technology of big industries. Sometimes we get depressed looking at advanced nations. They have technologies that when we look at them, we say, I will not get there. But we need to look at where can we start from. Then we come to engineering. We need machines to mine lithium and to everything. We need to teach these students from young age the engineering that they can apply. For example, we look at cranes. These cranes are the ones which move heavy objects from one point to another. Even in the minings, we have big machines. We need to look at how we can make the toy cars, the small cranes that our children can play with while learning by force. Because they learn more by playing. So let us make stuff that can make them play while learning. And when they grow up, they understand, I played this when I was young. Oh, now this is crane. I can operate it. I've been playing with it for over 23 years back. That is it. Then you come to mathematics. Mathematics is very complicated. Who thinks mathematics is easy? Yeah, we think that mathematics is easy. Who is sure now that mathematics is easy from the applications? You see? The funny part is we all think of mathematics in a hard way. Everything you know is in your mind, is our mindset. We think of it negatively. And the moment you fear mathematics, it will make you fear. Yes, but the best thing, mathematics is all about numbers, zeros and ones, counting, minus, then you divide, you put it together. We're teaching them how they can do mathematical calculations in easy ways, puzzles. All puzzles might not make sense. Young people, in a way, when they grow up, when you tell them transition to clean energy, they can know, okay, so when shall we attain this? You tell them in the next 30 years. They can count these years and make milestones. This first year, we can achieve 5 goals. That is mathematics, setting goals. We set the Agenda 2030. Having all those plans, it's all about mathematics. Then at the end of the day, it's important to know how can we all put the things together, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, so that we can help these communities understand on how to transition to clean and affordable energy. And last, it's very important our communities and look at how we can access the technologies from advanced countries. For example, we have now the electric cars. Everyone now is saying, we need to go electric. We need to go electric. Good part, raw materials come from, and the electric cars are in other countries. Okay, just ask yourself, how many cars are bought in African countries? 90% up to 95% of the cars that come are the second-hand cars. It's good. Those are fossil fuel powered cars. Look at electric cars. we will not be able to afford brand new electric cars in Africa because we cannot even afford these fossil fuel powered these cars. Then look at the lifespan of an electric car battery. It has a cap, it hasn't expired it, 10 years. So we will be buying second-hand electric cars with dead batteries. Yeah, someone has used 8 years. The car, you buy a new electric car in Africa, which has a lifetime of 2 years. Look at the electric car. The most expensive part is the battery. That board is nothing. If you want to buy a new battery for electric car, its price goes up to 50 plus of the initial cost, up to 70 sometimes. So you find you are just buying a battery in a car enclosure. Then look at the end problem that you're going to create. Africa is again going to be an e-waste dumping site because we will all transition to clean and affordable energy, electric cars, but second-hand electric cars, we buy after 2 years, they're all dead. We all trash the batteries. No one is thinking on how can we deal with the batteries. No one is thinking about how we can start recycling batteries here. And that's what gave me a motivation to start WAGA. And that's how everyone in this room should think. We are one. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, Gibson, that was beautiful. And something I think about quite often from a colleague. I work with a wonderful lady, Faith. She's from Guyana. She's also a chemical engineer. We work in a manufacturing business. And Faith's journey to education, she had 50% for maths from Guyana. And she got into university and first year maths. The first time somebody actually properly explained to her what was going on, 94%. How do we find that potential that is sitting everywhere across the continent? How do we find people like Gibson that are finding their way into these transformative positions, jobs, companies, finding their way into these spaces where we can actually create real difference and bring the transition through? So I'm going to head on over to Shepherd and use my convening of the panel power to ask him how the hydrogen project in Namibia is going, because Namibia is doing some incredibly interesting things with their great deep ports. So they've got the ability to export. They're managing to attract massive international investment, and they're doing it in a way that's hopefully going to work with their population and build long-term wealth. And I'm so interested in this project. I'm following it for years. So maybe Shepherd can tell us some more, as well as whatever Shepherd prepared for his 5 to 10 minutes.
All right, thank you, Rose. Speaking after these legendary speakers, I feel like weights have been taken out of my head right now. But to just give a brief, let's start with where do we start with energy transition? Why and why now, to be specific? I want us to acknowledge the fact that energy is being the focus of climate change, climate action right now, because energy is the reason why we are even talking about climate change in the first place. But also equally, we have to acknowledge the fact that energy is a basic need. We need it to survive. I think what Gibson was just mentioning earlier in his speech is how they used to use candles, the fueled lamps and all those, which means from generation to generation, we have been in need of this energy, whether it's for lighting, whether it's for cooking, whether it's for our electronics. But in actual sense, we have to acknowledge that energy is a basic need. So thus, in as much as it is a basic need, it is coming with a lot of environmental hazards if we are not utilizing the right sources of it. And that is what has brought us in Namibia to come to say this basic need. How do we capacitate it to continue being a basic need and being able to supply to the people the basic need while not harming the environment? And I think that's why in Namibia now we are talking about green hydrogen. So green hydrogen in Namibia is a project that comes as a result of upon looking at the availability of sunlight. So we are going to harvest sunlight, and then there's a lot of science that I don't want to touch on right now because I might end up not giving the right details. But the green hydrogen project in Namibia is simply a project that is run by the government in partnership with the German government, of course, and it is currently in a pilot phase, whereas they're building a plant where they're going to assess the availability. But the main product that we are looking at in this green hydrogen project is, we're looking at two products. That is ammonia, which is going to be used in agriculture, that is through creating fertilizers, and then the electricity that is also going to be produced through electrolysis process. So we're looking at two products with this green hydrogen, and specifically in terms of opportunities. I have to mention opportunities because Aradna mentioned something very important to say. When we talk about energy transition, many people are looking at jobs and all that. So yes, of course, green hydrogen is one of the projects that are coming with potential of creating about 6,000 jobs for young people in Namibia. And to be able to meet that, we are looking at the need of educating the youth and the public at large on them being capacitated to be able to work in this industry, because this pushed us now to realizing that we might have the young people with the power to transform whatever sector that it is. We're not just talking about the energy sector, but of course, because at this juncture, I think we're talking about energy, so I'll focus on energy. So we have the young people that can come up and offer themselves as human resource in terms of projects like the green hydrogen or any other energy project. But the question is, are they capacitated enough? Do they have the knowledge to come on board? And that's when now, as Namibia, we came up with platforms, whereas the young people that wanna venture into this industry have to go through capacity building. And we have told our partners to say, if you wanna partner with us, before you come in and bring whatever proposals you bring in, the first proposal that you must bring in is capacity building, because we understand the power that we cannot say this project is for Namibian, and then you come, you fund this project, and then you get whatever you want to get, and then you go. While you have not capacitated the young people, then it's useless for them, because they'll just be reading about it, talking about it, and they'll be saying, we want to venture into, you give them opportunities, and then you say they are not competent enough. So in order to create competence, we are saying capacity building is the first priority for this project. And that's the other phase. So right now, there were 94 scholarships that were given by the German government to the youth who are currently in Germany studying programs that are related to the green hydrogen. And the purpose of that is that once the project is initiated in terms of now running, because now what is running is, as I mentioned earlier, is a pilot project phase. Now, once the piloting is finished and then the project is running fully, we want Namibians to be on board, and we want capacitated Namibians for competence aspects. And I think that's, I'll leave it there, because I see there are a lot of other questions that are coming that I'll touch, that will touch on the other aspects. So back to you, Ross.
Thanks so much, Shepard. Yeah, and I think that's definitely one of the ways we can use to build the skills. We need international partnership, and we need these 94 people to then come back into the African economy and then start building sort of expertise around them, start finding the young people that they can then take their skills and their knowledge onto it, and start building more of a virtuous cycle where we pass down the knowledge. Because we're no longer in a space with knowledge, provided we've got energy, provided we've got access, provided we have mobile phone technology. The moment you know what to look for, knowledge is out there. But we need to start knowing what we need to look for and what's going to develop and drive the on-the-ground value for everyone. And then I'm going to hand on to my last panelist, my mystery man. Introduce yourself, and then please give me a 5 to 10 discussion on how you feel we should be incorporating energy, education, and training to have a just energy transition.
Yes, thank you. It's good to be the last one to speak, because you collect almost everything. And if you had prepared a speech, you begin crossing. And as you may see, my book was in the bag. I just had to now begin collecting some new ideas, but also mainly see how to complement. So my name is Emolot Alan David, and I chair the AFCFTA Youth Advisory Council, an entity that was unveiled by the AFCFTA Secretariat under the African Union. And the goal is to see that the young people take lead in the AFCFTA implementation. And I would want to assume that that we know the AFCFTA, but mainly briefly, the AFCFTA, or the One African Market Trade Agreement, is one that opens the doors for the African continent to trade freely amongst each other. And it's important to note, I think this is a good one, that besides the WTO that we have, the World Trade Organization, the AFCFTA is the largest trade agreement that the world has after the WTO. And what we do as the Advisory Council is to see that the AFCFTA is used as a vehicle to put money directly in the pockets of our youth. And the framers of the AFCFTA, and of course the good presidents and heads of government who came up with this idea some time back when the debate began in 2012. Of course, the initial debate was in the 1960, then to the 1990, then of course 2012, and eventually the unveiling in Rwanda, Kigali, in 2018. So the whole idea is to see that Africa unites as one, not only politically, but most importantly, economically. And what we do at the council is to see that we front the youth. The bigger percentage, and my colleagues noted, that the bigger percentage of the African continent are the young people. There is no anywhere in the world where they are young people than in Africa. So every protocol, every agreement, or every instrument of the African Union should actually have youth perspectives. It should be the youth who are taking the lead at developing these protocols and agreements. The same thing applies to what we are talking about today, the energy transition. And I remember last year, while I was addressing the African Union heads of state, specifically the Council of Ministers, during the African Industrialization Week, one of the key issues I was addressing was the neglect, the exclusion of youth in energy discussions. The youth are the majority, the youth are the ones trading, our women are the ones trading. But if you look at the key players in the energy sector in the African continent, sadly, it's the old chaps. And not to say that we should omit them. You know, again, there's a discussion where our young people say, let the old people go. But the idea that we are fronting is for co-generational leadership, or intergenerational leadership, where the young people work closely with the old people. But as it stands of now, we are still struggling as the young people to see not only in policy formulation, but also in the energy sector, which is very crucial for the implementation of what, again, I'm championing, the AFCFTA. We are talking about trade, but one of the key prerequisites of trade is energy. To up our production as young people, we need to have access to renewable energy, or energy that with low tariffs. But as we speak, most of the youth businesses struggle to even reach their first birthday. Why? because the bill will be thrown at your face, the bill that surpasses your own profit and the whole startup that you've injected in. And at the end of the day, what then happens? The multilateral companies come and buy us off. The same thing you've seen with startups. Africa right now is a startup hub. $10 million. You see these figures being thrown around. But how many of those last 5-10 years? And why? It's because of the energy again. Energy, it comes back to the energy. Of course, there are other factors of production that need to be focused on, and what we are pushing on, of course, is the infrastructure right now. We are struggling so much currently. We are still under the negotiations of the protocol on digital trade, where we are emphasizing that most of the member states should ensure that there are not data tariffs, especially for the internet. But now the energy is one that has actually been neglected. And it's the core of trade. For us to be able to produce, we need that energy. For the Southern African colleagues, you know the politics around SACU, where some other countries are saying, South Africa is going to swallow us. And why? Because they don't have that capacity to produce enough energy to power up their own industries. So where we come in as the advisory council is to see that we put the youth at the forefront of every discussion, starting from the member state level. And it's not easy. We brush a lot of shoulders at the end of the day. Most of them are not happy, but I think we are at the stage where we need to be resilient. We are at the stage where we need to change the narrative, especially when it comes to policy formulation that is youth responsive. Especially now that the African continent requires youth who are more focused on their own development. In the panel, the last panel, my colleague talked about the aspiration 6 of the Agenda 2063. That throws it to us, ideally, it throws it to us that by 2063, the development in the African continent should actually mirror the youth, the young people, and the women. It's important to note the women, because they are the bigger majority of cross-border traders that we are currently struggling to see that they register. So the idea here about the energy transition and the just energy, and my brother here noted, he was put the just in quotes, which is also very good to interrogate, should be youth focused and women responsive, youth responsive, women responsive. That is the only way the African continent is going to be develop. And what needs to be done? Good question again that you raised. And you threw it to us. And I was trying to see what answers can I give to you. And but again, this has been noted. I think the moderator was also throwing some pointers around, and my sister here also, and also my brother, that we need to have a youth responsive curriculum and a technology STEAM responsive curriculum that needs to be adopted by every member state at every level without any hesitation. I come from the country Uganda, where now my president decided to do it the ad hoc way, where he says, I know you know him for other reasons, it's okay. It's okay, it's okay. But when it comes to technology, and especially with this bit of it, he has said the first initiative he did, and to show that he's serious, he said, as long as you take science courses, you have a scholarship under the government. And the salary increment for teachers started with the science teachers. Ideally, if you want to be a science teacher and you want to get, I'm encouraging integration, go get married to a Ugandan, and you will earn $1,000 per month as a teacher. Who is teaching sciences? Exactly what my brother here was saying. And that is Uganda. And East Africa as a whole is also trying to do the same. But I'm here now representing Africa. And the whole idea is to see that the same system, the same policies that Uganda is implementing, that Rwanda is actually doing very well at. There are very many hubs. The Silicon Valley, somehow, His Excellency Paul Kagame is trying to ensure that he has that somehow. And that should be translated to the broader African continent. And it starts with us. For me, my call to action is not, and he has done it very well. He has thrown back to us as a government. What do you people want? You want space, but how do you want that space how do you want that space to look like? Co-create it yourself. And when my sister was hearing this point, I was like, okay, then today, now, I think at the end of the day, if there is any rapporteur in the room, we should have a rapporteur taking notes on the best practices. What is the way forward? What policy recommendation are we taking to our member states? Again, of course, making this youth summit very important. I think for me, I would be very glad if the moderator says at the end of our discussion, there is a paper we should submit to the relevant policy players in the room. I think that then that's what is called meaningful youth engagement and participation in these discussions. I think it should go beyond this room. It should go to the Ministry of Energy, the South African. But again, for myself, I think that policy document is what again I can use to again present. Next month we are in Zambia, talking about the AFCFTA Youth Symposium. For those who are interested in trade, you very well may know the Zambian government, of course, working with the AFC Secretariat, we are convening in April. In April, we will kept on talking about the AFCFTA Business Forum. I think the South Africans, you know, and the idea is to see even in that forum, we're discussing again energy. The goal and why the energy discussion is very important is because it's the engine of trade. It's the engine, the third-party agreements that I think my colleague noted that we are signing with other European or the North African countries. Is because they have the capacity to produce. Why we are taking all these raw materials, they have the capacity. But now even just the dam in DRC, we are negotiating as the African Union. Instead of putting money to build that dam that will generate, we are still negotiating. And our people the other side are convincing us that, you know what, no, let's do it the other way. But it starts with us. It starts with us waking up. I'm not a Malema today, but I just wanted to create, I just want to open up minds. I just want to open up that the energy discussion is serious. And I think as I conclude, what would be the call to action? Now it's a BRICS summit, Energy Youth Summit. For me, my call to action is for the BRICS entities who are actually above. Someone was throwing good figures here in the last panel that India has done this much, China has done that much. So how are we consolidating that much to bring it to Africa? How is the BRICS going to impact not only South Africa, but the whole of Africa? That's when sharing comes in. And that's what we are encouraging. Our presidents have been in the Russia-Africa summit, and the same call to action was there, that we need them to establish industries here in Africa. We need India, and my good friends in India, we have a strong Indian community recognized in my country, and they are my brothers. And they have done well to strengthen their systems in the country, our own country. But that should resonate in the whole African continent. Not taking, but establishing. And that's what is called meaningful partnership. Not just partnership, but meaningful partnership, working as one as nations. So my call to action to the BRICS, not to our people, the BRICS is mainly to see that this research, my sister was throwing good figures. Yourself, there's a report you're letting us go to in the website. I think I would love to see that. And the same thing should be done with the other developed entities. Let them support us. We just need small funding. 500,000 USD is not much money for Russia to throw to us to do a good research. It's not big money for them. So that the hydrogen that my brother from Namibia is talking about can actually, we can come with a policy paper with the strategies that can be youth responsive for 2063, the agenda we are talking about. So that is the call to action. Research, exchange programs. Exchange programs is also very important for hands-on. Let us have every quarter a group of youth going to India, going to Brazil. Hydrogen is strong in Brazil. A group of youth going to Brazil to understand, especially our Namibians, how is it done in Brazil better that we can also be brought here. So that is the discussion we want to have as young people. And for me, 2063 agenda is ours. And it's us to drive it, and it starts now. That is the only way we shall be able to build the Africa we want. Asante sana.
Asante, that's lovely. So yeah, directing you to more papers, but this one we had absolutely nothing to do, but the statistician general wrote a really good paper about whether there is a demographic dividend in South Africa. And that's a lot what Emilot was talking about. What do we actually do with our very young population across the continent? Different problems to Europe, where people are aging out and they have aging populations, and they're struggling to bring people into their workforce to work the jobs and do what they need to do. How do we make sure all these people that want to work can have meaningful jobs and work that they want? So in closing, I've let everything go way longer than 5-10 minutes, but I hope everyone agrees it was fascinating. I enjoyed Listen's perspective. I'm going to go one by one, but I ask for really 1 to 2 minutes from each of the panelists. What education and training should look like to accelerate innovation in Africa? Give us your elevator pitch views.
Wow, that's a loaded one. I think, and honestly, from a South African perspective, I do want to commend the Department of Higher Education and Training. They are looking at a current labor market intelligence program that involves quite a lot of projects to identify what skills we actually need and how we should move the education agenda, but from a higher education perspective, in terms of the whole sectorial view of the different economies that we have in the country. And we are actually doing one, and the hydrogen economy, or the green hydrogen economy, because everyone is talking about this as the silver bullet. The thing is, and the approach that has been taken is that we've never been demand driven. We've always tried to think about what the demand would be, but not have that, I think, in numbers and have that targeted in terms of our intent of developing education in terms of the actual demand of our economy. And that's the change that we need to do. And that is what we are trying to do, at least from what the program is looking at. So we are trying to understand what the economy will look like. Obviously, it needs to evolve. You'll never have the ultimate picture today. Every 2 years, every year, something new may come up, and some new change you may need to include. And even looking at the green hydrogen picture, because we are doing the work, even for us to identify where we are moving as a country, it's so difficult. So I'm just putting a picture out, just saying these are all the economies in the green hydrogen economy, and now we need to think about interventions in terms of where the market is driving. I think Namibia knows that they want to target ammonia and the export of that, and South Africa is speaking about that in a way, but we need to be clear on it, and it needs to be research driven. It needs to have the numbers behind it. And I think I like what Gibson was saying in terms of changing the way you actually do education, the action of it, and you watch these science shows and on like Discovery Channel, and the science of stupid. I don't know if you've seen that, but it's such good shows that show you how science actually works. And if children have a relation to that, they will find it more exciting, and they will want to develop, and they will want to move in that direction. So I think, it needs to be demand driven, but we also need to change basic education from grassroots levels, and especially in the rural communities. And I think it goes back a little bit to, the community engagement comment I mentioned. It's easy to say I went to a community and engaged them, but they didn't understand what I said. So what is the point? How can I have a good conscience after saying that, or going there and saying I did community engagement, but they don't know what you're saying? So you need to be able to speak at that level and teach at that level, but it also then needs to go to train the trainers and train the teachers, because that's another issue that I think we have in the country in terms of education. So there's a lot that we need to do, and I think faffing around about it's not going to work. We need to start action. We need to start doing it. And yes, maybe research will have its place, and as as I said, it needs to be driven. But we have an idea what needs to change now. For example, for renewables in South Africa, as I said, we had the REAP program. It's been over 12 years. But the first TVET was just the Technical Vocational Education Training College course for renewable energy was initiated last year, November, in South Africa. Does that make sense to you? And you were saying that the electricians are forming part of, and you need electricians as part of the value chain for renewables. How then have we not looked at changing the TVET system for renewables? It's been over 12 years, and we're only talking about this now. Why are we so delayed? We'll never get anywhere then if we keep on faffing. So that's my point. We can talk, but we need to do while we talk. And that's what I'm just advocating for. Thanks.
When we're going through the consultations on energy transition, you go down to the ground and the community, and I'm sure you might have picked this as you were doing the skills research. Because communities are saying this type of skills have been discussed in rooms such as this. You might have pretended to be inclusive by putting these in websites, in papers, to say there will be a meeting that will be engaging on what type of skills do we want as communities, as young people, and so forth. But you know that when you call them to focus room, only those that are mobile will be able to come here. And as such, this youth that our colleagues were talking about, who are not mobile, unemployed, but they've got ideas, are unable to come here. And as such, those ideas won't be embedded. So I'm saying that I think for us to be able to do this, we need to understand or even appreciate the lay of the land in order to formulate the type of skills that we want. And that will begin by appreciating that those countries that are endowed with certain minerals, being it coal, oil, nuclear, and other sources, they will continue to do that while they are transitioning. And I think it's on those bases that we should begin to say what type of skills are required to be able to allow those countries to transition through those mechanisms. And I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint a lot of people by not saying what type of skills I think should be introduced. But I appreciate that young people here have actually spoken. I think Gibson here has spoken that they saw an opportunity and they are working on it. They are using that to influence the education system in the country where he comes from. And I guess that the structures of young people in the country and other countries in the continent, and of course within BRICS, they will leverage on these things. Talk to those in China, talk to those in Brazil, India, and so forth, to be able to begin to call us as government, including the Department of Education, universities, and all of that, and say these are the type of skills that we require for us to be able to transition from all these minerals that we have. I indicated that there's an issue around, and you spoke about this, that we are exporting minerals. How do we ensure that we create skill that is going to be able to assist us in beneficiating those here in the country? I indicate that I'm not young, but young people can deal with that. But I think what will be interesting to me, and in fact, I think there are solutions that are coming up in support of what is saying, that the outcome of this should be such that it begins to give credence to the type of outputs and implementation plans that we need to take, so that when we meet again, or at least when these young people are meeting again, where is the next BRICS meeting of the young people? I think it's somewhere in Russia. When they meet in Russia, they shouldn't be asking these questions. They should be giving report as to what is it that they've implemented from this youth summit, and how do we build, or at least build from the resolutions to accelerate that, those interventions. And of course, we are putting monitoring processes. From the department, we are currently saying what are the measures that we need to put in place to monitor whether this transition is happening. So we are putting indicators. One of those indicators is skills. It's how, to what extent, as we are implementing these policies and refining them, are we contributing to, because people are even having fears to say, somebody saying, no, I've built my house here, my life here, but because now this thing of transition might take me to Eastern Cape, or to where the plants are in the Northern Cape, so they will resist even these skills that we want to give them, because they will take them to those plants. But lastly, I think you raised a big point, which is not related to the question that we have asked, but I have been wanting to ask this question. And please forgive me, I'm not against renewables. I support renewables, that it's part of the transition. But I think as we are doing these skills and research, we must also begin, or at least if you have answered this question, I'm happy you are in research. But the question is, if we are told that you spoke about lifespan of certain things, including these technologies, not only in renewables, but any technology that we want to put in place as part of transition, how, as we are implementing, we must also answer a question as to when the lifespan of that particular technology comes to an end. What do we do? And what will be the environmental impact? Because we are saying we're protecting the environment now, but what will be the after effects of such technologies that we are propagating as part of this? I'm going to mic here, and thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm very inspired by all that you have said. And the best part is, everywhere I go, I try to speak. I find I learn 90%, speak 10%. So I'm learning as we are going. One thing, we all, most of the times, believe that we can do things. And the saddest thing is, even in these meetings, we'll sit down and say, yes, we can. And we do this and we take photos, then we go out. But is that can? Because at the end of the day, it's one fact, we can all be billionaires in the house. But where are the billionaires? Somewhere. And one fun fact is, there's no wrong answer. For example, when we were studying in school, we used to get a question, find the value of X. We all got that question. And now someone just came up and took Twitter is equal to X. And yeah, we all now accept, even if we now want to go, you go in your application, find there's X there, and you will use that X. Though you might be against it and that. Why am I saying that? There's one scam that I think most people have not thought about. When we are transitioning to clean energy or transitioning to any development, we tend to take people's problems into our situations. One thing that right now most young generations are suffering from is ChatGPT. If you look at ChatGPT, 90% of the people who speak the negative part of ChatGPT, they have not even explored how positive can it be. Everyone is like, it will write you answers, you will get the exams, you will end up getting graduates with ChatGPT. But it's not practical. It's just a matter of mindset. Because I tried a pilot project with my young people on how to create jobs using ChatGPT. And we did amazing things from there. Because we are Africans, and most of us are not advanced to a certain level. There are things that ChatGPT can do to us, and we can accept that no matter how hard we will try, we would not reach to that level. So it's very important to look at what can ChatGPT solve in our societies, and just let's use it to solve that. We leave it speaking about the negative part because they might be advanced and they are in the next level above it. And the other thing is, what we have discussed right here, even in other panels, is totally nothing if we want to go to act upon it. So here we'll have just come to do some speeches, networking, and go back. But as we finish now, let's sit down and ask, as individuals, I, Gibson Kawago from Tanzania, what will I do to Tanzania to make sure I walk the talk that we did at the BRICS? And the last thing is, South Africa is in the BRICS. Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, and other countries are not there. But that's not the issue. I am at the BRICS now. I have the South African communities. We can speak the African language. I'm from Tanzania. You know, BRICS, let's take BRICS as just a name, but let's walk the BRICS. Because there are some people who might be in the BRICS and don't enjoy the BRICS. So we should look at how other Africans, or we from other countries who are not in the BRICS, how can we enjoy the BRICS? And I see I'm enjoying here, and thank you.
Shepherd, as we see internet connection is unstable. 2 minutes.
Sorry. Yes. All right. For me, I would first want us to really look at the education itself as a word. I think we have to understand that education comes in three forms. There is the theoretical part of it, and then we have the practical part of it, and the experience part of it. And then now we have come to a point where we have to move into this just energy transition, and we are seeking the knowledge and the expertise of how we are going to do it perfectly. And it goes back to why I mentioned capacitation in the earlier, as I was talking about green hydrogen. And then we have had a problem for the since the time we started off talking of energy transition, even before we decorated it by saying just energy transition. And it seems we have been keeping on again and again, just manipulating these words, when in actual sense on the ground, there's nothing that has been done. So my emphasis would be like, if we would really want to accelerate innovation in Africa through education, then we have to go back to building education systems that are built on these three aspects. Of course, experience in terms of what has been done again and again for all these years, and how do we change that? And then we bring the theoretical part of it. Now, this is what we are mostly good at in doing, because we can write research papers, we distribute those research papers, people read about it, we get our PhDs, our master's degree, but the practicality behind those research papers is really not there. So it's all about implementing the practicality of the theories and and of course the experience that we've had. So we have to pull out to say what has been done, and then how do we change what has been already done with the theories that we think these are the solutions that we bring practice to it. I'll bring Gibson in. Gibson mentioned to say he's from the village, right? That is the experience that he has had. He knows the effects of being in the village, and then you are in need of energy, but you can't access it. Yet it's a need, you need it, right? So that's the experience that creates the hunger, that made him come up with a solution. So this solution that he built, this is the practicality of it, right? But it's built on theories that he had to go on the internet to search about what has been written. So it's bringing these three aspects together. And I think also I'll emphasize on the part of where Mr. Tebe said skills. He mentioned skills. I'd like to support that, to say, as we facilitate skills, let's also bring in passion. So let's facilitate for passion-driven initiatives, and then bring skills into that, because we have people that are ready to drive innovation in Africa, but all they lack is the skills to do so. I might have a project right now that can come in terms of energy, but because I don't have the right knowledge into how to make that thing a reality, or where to go to. So it's identifying passion and then giving that passion the right skills in order for it to be productive and implementable as much as enough. So I think that is what I believe is going to accelerate innovation in Africa. First of all, aligning practicality to theories and the experience, and secondly, facilitating passion-driven initiatives. Over to you, Ross.
Thank you. Emilat, would you like your minutes, or should I close?
Yeah, no. Just for me. Okay. Yeah. For me, I think for me it's a quick one, and it's mainly based on what the colleagues have shared. And I think I will not go further. It's mainly, number one, to mainly get a comprehensive, adaptable curriculum that evolves with the needs of the young people. I think that's what really is required here. The passion can actually be developed through that from childhood. If a kid is programmed that way, definitely when they grow up, that will be the case. Then secondly, of course, is political will. Very important. That regardless of the big English we talk, at the end of the day, if one president doesn't like what you're doing, it won't be implemented. And I think for me, political will is also another thing that is very important in this case. Then, of course, when it comes again to this, political will, of course, goes hand in hand with the youth inclusion in the energy discussions policy. And of course, lastly, of course, is mainly the call to action to our young people to interest themselves. And you realize, most of us in this room, you may realize, are not directly affected by the energy implications. Are not, we maybe don't own businesses. Personally, I'm into the advocacy within the AU space, but we are not directly affected. Those directly affected, my uncle here said, are actually not there. They don't even have phones at times, but they are the ones directly affected. So the idea is to see within our frameworks, and especially those running projects here, is to mainly focus on a bottom-up, not top-bottom, but bottom-up engagement of young people. With that, I believe we shall be able to ensure that these discussions, the energy transition, the just energy transition, is more inclusive, is youth-focused, is women-focused, and mainly looking at giving key attention to our infant industries. I think that's where the focus is, which employs the majority of our young people, the infant industries. So mine is to say thank you so much. And of course, again, lastly, I know time is against us, but lastly, is collaboration, partnerships. Today we are here. I may be speaking big English or the AU, but my friends, I need you. If you have that money, please give the council. Give the council to be able to ensure that these discussions are carried on. Because that's the most important thing. It may not be money, I may focus on money, but even technical expertise, which is also very important now that we need. When I have a webinar, bring your knowledge. Share the knowledge with our young people. We are going to be in Zambia in 1 week's time from now. The African audience is going to be there. Come join in if you can. Get your flight ticket and come join in. We shall give you the audience. So, Asante, let me end here. But I know we will engage as we go on. Thank you so much.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks for your patience. Thanks for your extra 20 minutes. Wonderful discussion, great points. One thing that we definitely missed is energy efficiency. Let us never forget it. It's a third of where we need to go in terms of emission reductions. There's already skills on the ground that are transferable. Let's try and make sure we use every gigajoule of energy we have available to us as efficiently and productively as possible. And then a call to my panelists, if we could just stay on, just the five of us, and if anyone wants to stay in the room to answer Tatiana's question, hugely appreciated if possible. Perfect. Thanks, everyone. Oh, jeez. Okay. Yeah, let's, everyone that wants to stay. We'll stay until we're kicked out. Let's start with Tatiana and then we'll run with questions.
All right. First of all,
Yes, quite very interesting. Yes, I'm very happy learning from you and being in this panel. Thank you so much.
You too. Thank you. It's great.
Yeah. Also, can I have your contact?
Yeah.
Sure.
Oh, I have.
Yeah. How are you?
Have you found out who we can tie her up with?
Very, very interesting and pleasant.
Let her know who she's looking for and then let's connect them.
Just to confirm which session is this? Yeah.
This was
Okay.
Hi, Nikki Wagner from University of Johannesburg. Welcome. So we're waiting for do we have some Dr. Paul Dwaba? He's replacing her. We'll wait for people, right? We still need to wait for people. No, we're going to run behind already because of the time. People take long to come in. Yeah.
People will just come in as we are proceeding. Once again, greetings to you all, and thank you for joining us in this session, which deals with SDG 7 Energy Enablers, Critical Minerals and Circular Economy. My name is Dr. Nandi Malumbazo. I'm a senior lecturer at Wits University at the School of Chemical and Metallurgical Engineering, as well as at Wits Business School teaching energy policy and regulation. So with me, I have a total of 7 panelists, and I will actually allow each 6 minutes to actually respond to some of the questions that I have. And then at the end, since we are allocated an hour, then 10 minutes before the end of that hour, then I will allocate such to Q&A for the audience. Thank you. So one of the challenges of achieving net zero CO2 emission will actually require significant scaling up of production and international trade of several critical raw minerals, which are critical for transforming the global economy from a fossil fuel dominated to a green economy or clean energy. Clean energy technologies generally require more intensive use of minerals. And these minerals are your rare earth elements, your PGMs, your vanadium, gallium, magnesium, titanium, fluorspar, cobalt, etc., etc. And those are actually dependent on the economy needs of, or the industry needs of each and every country. Like for instance, you have US has got almost 50 critical minerals. And then you have Europe with 35, you have China with 80. So that is actually, it varies per country. And then South Africa, I think currently we have almost 5, if not 7, but it's less than 10 critical minerals that we are actually producing in the country. So for an example, a typical electric car will actually require 6 times minerals than a conventional internal combustion engine car. On the other hand, an onshore wind plant requires 9 times more minerals than a gas-fired plant. Therefore, whilst the transition to actually reduce global dependence on fossil fuels, meaning the reduction of CO2 emissions, this will actually intensify the pressure on the production and efficient international trade of the critical minerals. Thus, it is estimated that the demand of the critical minerals will actually grow on average of 4 to 6 times towards 2030. And this means that also the price of such minerals will actually increase. So it is evident that the critical minerals are actually enablers towards decarbonization or green economy or clean energy. But some of these critical minerals have challenges when it comes to how to process them or beneficiate them. So this actually possesses a huge risk on supply-demand effect. as well as anticipated high prices for these minerals in future. So the main aim of this then session is to discuss the strategies, potential models to be explored, countries' experiences, as well as potential partnerships that the BRICS countries can embark on to make sure that the supply-demand effect is minimized. So with me, with the current 7 panelists that I have, they are from different sectors of the industry, more especially when it comes to critical minerals. So I will allow each and every one of them to actually introduce themselves, and then that's when, then thereafter we'll actually start with our discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Fabrice Kaburugutu. I'm from Burundi, founder and CEO at the Association of Young Leaders United for Sustainable Development. At that organization, we are working on energy, water and food nexus. We work on food, agriculture and food security, youth empowerment, advocacy, and climate change. I'm also working on quality education to ensure that our education system is adequate to the current labor market. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sharon Mohomuzi, and I'm from the government in the National Department of Forestry, Fisheries, and the Environment here in South Africa. And I come from the Chemicals and Waste Management branch, and I had a unit that is responsible for hazardous waste management. So our role is to regulate. We develop legislation, national legislation for hazardous waste. And that includes providing inputs in terms of licensing approvals for waste management facilities, as well as working with the industry in facilitating the recycling and reprocessing of waste. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Yu Hanjun from China, but currently I'm doing my PhD in Ireland and in the geography department, and also working with the UNFCCC about the intergovernmental process of the global stocktake under Paris Agreement. And for my research, I focus more on the governance of the energy transitions from a social perspective, which is really interesting, located in the locals and community, and something related to that. And thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Nikki Wagner from the University of Johannesburg, from the Department of Geology. I also head a research center, DSI NRF funded research center on integrated mineral and energy resource analysis. The purpose of the center is to provide opportunities for postgraduate students, specifically from honors to postdoctoral students, to gain opportunities to conduct research on a wide variety of different mineral commodities, hosted in all the way across Africa, but with global significance. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Buhle Klagalashe. I am heading the new technology team at Mintech in the Pyrometallurgy division, and my focus is on energy efficiency, on resource efficiency, on renewable energy, and also so that's mainly my focus areas. Many thanks.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm John Johannes. I'm from the land of great abundance, and that is the Republic of South Sudan. I work for the African Union Commission as expert on minerals development. So my focus, it is on policies on oil, gas, and minerals. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So the discussion for today then will actually touch base on both the upstream side as well as the downstream of critical minerals, meaning from extraction, processing, and the end-use technology. So since I've already mentioned that there's an anticipated increase when it comes to market prices for the critical minerals, that is actually envisioned to really drastically increase towards 2040, as the world is actually transitioning towards decarbonization. So the supply-demand risk and as well as resource management of critical minerals is a very important factor for the BRICS countries, since it is envisioned that there will be high competition amongst various countries for these minerals. So then my question will actually go to Ms. Johan Zeng, which is, as we are actually anticipating that there will be market increase when it comes to then the critical minerals, what strategies and models can be put in place to make sure that the BRICS countries mitigate future supply and demand market risk as well as sustainability for these minerals? Thanks.
Thank you for your question, and thank you for everybody. And so I'm going to start with the cause of the current supply chain problems and the sustainability about critical materials. I believe that it has been a universal consensus and the trend that the energy transitions requires a dramatic increase in the supply of the critical materials. So this universal focus shift pivots to a theme that creates the opportunities for jobs and for anything, but also the spectrums of the geopolitical risk. So the cause rooted in the issues related to the critical materials is not purely related attribute to the supply and demand market. It's more of a geopolitical issues if we want to solve that. So since the rush for the raw materials is not a new phenomenon, it's like the gold, the coal, and anything in the humanity history, and especially in today's global south and in our BRICS region, with the abundant critical material sources, where has been the centers for the global ever-growing appetite for making a profit for the renewables level regions. But in the land which we source from, what we see primarily is the legacies of the poor labor records, displacement, polluted waterways, and degraded land in the communities where the mining operates. So only after that and with that, we say how brutal the financing squeezing, so here I use the word squeezing, happened in the global south. Because therefore, the BRICS, as a geopolitically bonded organizations, and also the place with abundant critical material sources, we are provided with the chance to rewrite the script for the extractive commodities to avoid a new form of the energy colonialist. So, and ensure the value chains more inclusive and ethical and sustainable. So in order to enhance the energy security and the sustainable critical materials, the first things I think we need to secure is an undisrupted flow of the energy, of the modern energies from various sources across the globe and suppliers and the roads, including the inclusive investment. So to guarantee the undisrupted flows of the energies, I think we need to make the whole value chains more transparent, clean and green. But however, we need to notice the guaranteeing the transparency of the value chain is a responsibility of our BRICS country ourselves. It should no longer be dominated by the capitalists and the traditional developed countries. Why I come to this point, because last month I was in London for an economic conference about the climate change or anything. There is a consulting company CEO in UK. They're trying to improve the toolkit, and they're trying to gather in the experts in the climate change and the transition field to improve the level of the transparency and to lend this kind of toolkits to the global south or to our BRICS countries. And they're also gathering some technician scientists to improve the technology that could cause less environmental impact. But if we're thinking more about that, if we just let the third parties or the other peoples to make our governance systems of the critical materials more transparent, actually we are losing our own thinking and we're losing our own dominant ways. It will cause a higher global interest rate for our, for example, South African countries or the developing countries to re-enter to the whole market of the renewables. Like we say just now, we see some people talking about like we produce the critical materials, but we cannot purchase the electric vehicles. So the South African countries and the BRICS countries should think our own ways. We should find our own ways, not just rely on some international organization to think about like over-rounded like toolkits for us to act. And through more and more intense conversation with my friends and colleagues from South Africa and also from some BRICS countries, I gradually find that we shared the value that we want a greater transparency in the supply chains, a clear contract, and a better value added to the local communities, and also be part of the value chains, and not just the mining, but also the refining, processing, and manufacturing. I can see like there is a changing conversation globally happened. So to me, there comes the first very important way that can contribute to mitigate the future supply demand, market risk, and sustainability for critical materials is enhanced local value creation, not only through the technological diffusions and skill development or beneficiations as we discussed, but we would like to build a very solid and resilient regulations or governance systems within the country, within our countries of ourselves. So there is no more rooms or big rooms for the third parties, or just now we see the capitalists and the traditional developed countries to control or intervene our own governance. And the last thing is very important is we need the self-added values, the finished renewable energy product, because when we're thinking about we are producing the unfinished product, like we are packing our critical materials, which is sourcing, and then we believe that other country or developed country, they have better technologies or they have better toolkits to make this product more profitable for the renewables. But that's not the point, because this will lead actually the higher global interest rate for the extracted countries in the south and make them suffer from the high cost of purchasing for the energy transitions. So we should create our self-added and determined values of the renewables produced by our local materials, not wait for the foreign consulting company like the Goldman Sachs or Morgan Stanley to define and to estimate our value of our own critical materials, which can produce to some energy product in the end. And we should hold the value and the currency. The currency is not money. The currency is about our own product, our own self-added and determined value product. And so at last, I want to say, like today in the world conversation about the economic or the market, it's a big table that it's not only reserving a table for the global south or for the BRICS country, is for us to create a new table for every one of us can engage in the whole supply chain and make it more transparent. And thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Johan, for that. More especially when I think it's very critical what you have said about self-added and local value creation through building local regulations, which then takes me then to the next question that I have when it comes to recycling, reuse, as well as substitution strategies that we can come up with when it comes to trying to secure or trying to actually mitigate the supply risk effect when it comes to then the critical minerals. So the critical minerals, you can actually get them from an ore body, or they can be extracted from mine waste. So these mine waste then also, we can, as far as you can go back, that they have been a burden globally, which has also led to some environmental challenges that we are currently facing. So due to the specificity of recycling processes, as well as proper regulation and introduction and formulation of standards, which then will assist us to facilitate the recycling of then the mine waste that is currently being generated and has been generated in the past. Would like to go to Sharon to ask her as to how can we then you conduct mine waste management, or how can mine waste management contribute effectively towards supply of critical minerals, which in turn can then assist towards a circular economy?
Okay, thank you. I won't speak as long as you had. As I indicated, I am a regulator. So how our legislation can contribute in making access available for the reprocessing, for remining, to enable extraction of critical minerals from the existing mine dams, tailings that we have in our country, is by making sure that as regulators, our policies enables access through approvals and environmental authorizations. Our main concern, of course, is that these reprocessing or remining activities are known to lead to some serious environmental impacts. So what is important is to make sure that there's protection of the environment, while at the same time we're enabling access to these minerals. Of course, that is something that we support, most importantly because it will reduce the footprint of the polluted material that is lying idle currently. It will reduce the potential for them to pollute our environment even in the future, because as they're lying there, there's always a risk of leaking in the environment, polluting our groundwater resources, potentially exposing our people to some harmful effects. So we believe that if you look at our existing legislation, it's promoting the waste management hierarchy, where we promote the reuse, the recycling, remanufacturing, recovery. And we're saying that disposal should be the last option. We're now talking about cradle to cradle management of waste. So within the concept of circular economy, would then allow the critical minerals, once they're extracted from the mine waste dumps, to be used in the manufacturing processes. But then that's not the only option you have. You have to look at what other potentials are there. So if you're going to reprocess, you bring in green technologies, or you bring in we shouldn't try to solve one problem by creating another. Let's make sure that whatever technologies we bring in for the extraction of these critical minerals are green technologies with less harmful effect to the environment.
Thank you, Sharon, for that. But then I think my next question is the Department of I think it's Forestry, Fishery and Environment. Are they actually sort of open to the review of such regulations, as you are actually saying? Because remember, now we're talking about critical minerals, that's where the next industry is actually heading to, or the mining industry is heading to. So are we then in line with what is happening currently in the industry when it comes to DFFA?
So interestingly enough, and I think a lot of people already know this, that South Africa, we've got a very robust environmental legislation, one of the best in the world. Already our legislation makes provision for this. I think what we need to be asking, we know that the industry is already saying that it's overregulated. What is it that we can do to make the approval processes quicker? What is seen as a bottleneck is not the lack of legislation, but the length of time it takes to get an approval. So as it is right now, you have to deal with different ministries if you want to set up, let's say, a recycling facility, and we're talking about mine waste dumps. You have to deal with minerals and Department of Minerals, Resources and Energy, and also Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment. There's Department of Water and Sanitation. So you can imagine the frustration for anyone who wants to set up such a facility. So there is potential for us as government to work together with the mining sector and other industry players to try and find a streamlined process that could facilitate faster processes for approval. We've seen it happening now with the energy crisis, where we've been able to fast track the approval processes, even for the renewable energy sector. So it is possible. But I think the emphasis will always be, and this is also coming from the NGOs, let us not do it at the expense of our people. Let us not overly expose ourselves and cost the environment while facilitating, business to boom and the people suffering on the other end. So yes, I would say we don't need new legislation. We can use the existing legislation to make access available and much quicker. How we do that, maybe we might need to amend our existing legislation to make room for these new and emerging requirements that I think are becoming more and more urgent.
Thank you for that, Sharon. More especially that you have heard that whatever new technologies that we're bringing, whether we're trying to bring in circular economy, but then at the end of the day, it's all about the protection of the environment. We need to actually reduce or minimize the environmental impacts that circular economy or critical minerals extraction from mine waste dumps can actually bring into the industry. But then we cannot leave then science and technology behind. We cannot leave research work behind when it comes to this. So then my next question will actually go to Professor Wagner as well as Buhle. As I've mentioned earlier on that it is well known that when it comes to, it's difficult to actually process or beneficiate these minerals from the ore body itself. So many studies have highlighted the fact that it's better than to actually extract such from secondary resources, and it's also cheaper because you are not mining now a new mine, you are actually taking from a dump and you'll actually extract, and then whatever mineral that you can then get from there, you'll have to then reuse for something else. So is there any work that has been done in this area when it comes to then the extraction of these critical minerals from secondary resources, of secondary sources? And is there any, okay, my question is there any proven R&D work that is at an advanced stage? And then my next question thereafter, can this then be regarded as one of the models that can be utilized to diversify or for sustainability of these minerals when it comes to then the supply and demand risk effect? Professor Wagner, yes, you can go.
Yeah, thanks, Nandi. And thanks very much for comments from the other panelists. I'm certainly feeling that we've got a great bunch of young people, youth interested in this topic and going to move it forward. So waste recovery is largely an untapped source. When you open a mine, you generally open it for a particular commodity, for example, copper. And it might have from what you remove from the ground, the ore might have 0.6 to up to 6% copper. So up to 94% of the material you've extracted from the ground becomes waste material, the gang material, and that is placed on the stockpile. If we also think 15 years ago, nobody was interested in lithium. So if you had a lithium deposit or a lithium occurrence in the mine that you were opening up, nobody cared. The geologist could say, well, it's actually a very high concentration, but there was no demand for it. So the lithium was then placed on the waste pile. Now we have a significant amount of waste piles, some with we're still going to be creating waste streams as well. But if we could just consider the waste stockpiles and the tailings dams, Yes, there is a potential for recovery of those materials, but we have to bear in mind, and this is what research is showing, that there's no one size fits all. Unfortunately, in a tailings dam over time, your materials have settled, your particles settled, so you've got a stratigraphy of particle sizes through your tailings dam, and each of those particle sizes may or may not contain the mineral or element that you're particularly wanting to harness. So you need to really research and understand each and every tailings dam. We can say because we did a tailings dam project in Uganda, for example, that we can apply the same findings to another one in South Africa. We can apply similar concepts, but each tailings dam is different and it needs a detailed characterization. You need the geologist, the mineralogist, the metallurgist to all be working together to unpack that research. So can critical raw materials be extracted from secondary sources more effectively than primary? Most likely, but you need to have characterized that material as effectively as possible in as much detail and understand what you've got in your discard piles or the discard stream that is currently being processed. So you might well have high concentrations of critical raw materials or rare earth elements, but are those the rare earth elements that are currently in demand? Also, when you recover a stockpile, if you are covering rare earths, you might recover less than 1% of that waste material. So what are you going to do with that other 99.9% of waste material? Well, we need to look at the fact that critical raw materials are not just metals. It's also sand, it's also aggregate, it's also industrial minerals. So if you look with a holistic viewpoint, so you start with beneficiation, which has been mentioned. Most of the time a stockpile has already been beneficiated. That's why the material's on the stockpile and the other good stuff or the stuff of demand's been removed. But then you can still do additional beneficiation. And the easy beneficiation, you'll recover your sands, your aggregates, your silicate minerals. Use that for the construction business. Perhaps you recover quartz. If it is in the right form, it can be used as glass for the glass industry or the solar cell component. Then you've recovered you've probably recovered about 70% of your stockpile. Then with that remaining material, you can start seeing, well, are there any industrial minerals, any battery minerals? And in that way, you can holistically apply your mind to actually processing an entire waste dump, rather than just a tiny little proportion for one particular valuable critical raw material. So the proven, is the research at an advanced stage? Yes or no? It depends on what you are extracting. Coal will be different from coal fly ash, which is different from copper gang, which is different from gold, remnants from gold. So you really need to understand the commodity and what you've got on your waste pile. You also have to be careful if there is any pyrite, sulfur-bearing minerals or radioactive minerals associated with that waste pile, because there's regulation associated with the treatment of anything that is radioactive material. And if it's pyrite, it potentially has acid mine drainage problems. But on the other hand, pyrite also hosts some of the industrial battery type minerals. So innovative technology is certainly required in the circular economy when recovering waste. There is a definite place for using the secondary sources or the georesources of a waste dump, and it should be considered a resource. But there's still a lot of work that needs to happen in really understanding how to extract it. Just because it's there might not mean that it is in a form that can be extracted in a sustainable and environmentally friendly manner. It's already been alluded to that whatever we do in processing waste materials or bringing in new technology, we need to make sure we're not creating a bigger problem down the line. I think I'll pass over to you.
Okay. I think, yes, Buhle, you can respond.
Okay, thanks, and thanks, Prof. You rounded it up very nicely. So in terms of the progression, I think it's very important then to put it into context. The BRICS, you have lots of resources, we have those in abundance, and then you have the developed world that focuses on secondary resources. So again, the big question is always, where should the focus be? And of course, it also is highly dictated by the funds, the funds availability. The focus from the developing countries, and I mean, most BRICS are emerging economies, so the focus there will be on the primary resources more so than they will be on the secondary resources. And of course, for the resource deficient countries, the developed world, they're working, there's extensive work that is happening there on looking at secondary resources for recovering critical minerals. And in terms of progression, I mean, where we are, where the world is today, there's lots of work that is happening at university research level, and it's moving towards piloting. So we're looking at projects that are a few hundreds of or tens of millions of euros or US dollars. So, and the next steps now from piloting, of course, will be to industrialize, but the process is rather a little bit sluggish. And from the developing world point of view, I mean, we're quite behind in that regard. There's lots of research that is taking place at universities here locally, and it's not going much further beyond that, again, because of you look at a country like South Africa, the focus is, or rather, South Africa is focusing on established technologies and not so much on adopting new technologies. So there's not a big uptake of this technology, or rather of the research that is taking place at universities. So that is, that's the current standing and that. Thanks.
Thank you for that. But then, audience, as you can hear from, I think, from our panelists, is that we need to not to look at critical minerals only for the green economy, but then they can also be applied towards, like, let's say, your construction industry. So I think what then this says is that each and every, it goes back to what I said initially during my introduction, that each and every country has got its own list of critical minerals, depending on the economy, what the economy needs, with what type of minerals does that particular economy of that particular country will actually need. So my then next question will actually go towards John. So with critical minerals, you know, which can vary from country to country, depending on the economic scale of each market needs. Many countries have limited resources and reserves of critical minerals. How would you then advise as a mineral expert on the possible interventions for expansion of the critical minerals portfolio? For example, South Africa has got less than 10 of these, which are regarded by Europe, not by us as SA, but then Europe has got their own portfolio of these critical minerals, and they are saying it's 10 of them that are actually, it's actually less than 10 that are coming from South Africa. So how can then SA, if you can then come as an advisor, how can then the country formulate its resource specific security strategy to strengthen and expand on the critical minerals portfolio?
Thank you very much, Dr. Nandi, for this question. I think I will start from an understanding of critical mineral itself, and you put it right there. There is criteria that qualify a mineral to be critical. From my experience as a mining engineer, I do know that there are thousands of minerals out there. And it is based on that country priority to determine which minerals is critical for the economy or their strategic objective. And just to give you some statistic, you look, Canada has a list of 31 minerals. The United States of America has 50 minerals on that list. The European Union has 30 minerals, out of which you said 10 are in South Africa. The United Kingdom have 35. South Korea is 30, Australia 26 minerals. You look at Japan, 26 minerals. But if you look at those countries, they are industrialized countries. They produce technology that, you know, supply the whole world differently. And have you ever asked yourself which mineral is critical in my country and why? If you ask me from South Sudan, I will say it, the critical minerals, and if I can say it, fuel minerals, I would say it is oil. Because the oil in South Sudan contribute 90% of our GDP. It is the main source of revenue. If you shut it down today, there will be no government functioning in that country. There will be no education, there will be no services. Very clear. So you see that commodity that your country consider as the main factor of production or economic advancement. And they may not be critical forever because the demand shift, the supply shift, the use of those technologies also shift. That's just social needs. People may say, okay, we are finding a new minerals, which is cheaper. We don't need lithium, or we don't need copper or cobalt. So we need to be very clear not to go with the flow, given the fact that the advanced countries are giving list based on their needs, because it is for their security, it is for the economy, it is for other elements of economy. So when it comes back to Africa, what is our position? What is our way? And it will not be only South Africa. I will see how we can approach it as a continent. I think the continent need to look at the use of energy mix. That means we should not just focus on critical minerals per se, because we don't have the manufacturing capacity like China. China is controlling the refining of all those critical minerals. That's why you see this economic war between China and the US, because they have the facilities, they have the manufacturing capacity. They produce electrical vehicles more than ever, more than every country in this world, because they manufacture, they plan ahead of time, and they have those facilities. Where are we going to start as Africa? Not just listing. We need to identify which mineral we can say it is critical to our economy. Let me give you an example of Guinea. Guinea has bauxite, and that bauxite is a raw material for aluminium. 30% of global supply is from Guinea. Guinea can say, okay, bauxite is a critical minerals for the economy because the whole world needs it. But what about other proposition of saying, why don't we refine it in Guinea, where the minerals are? Cobalt in DRC, it is exported to other countries in a raw form. Why don't we refine it in DRC? Lithium in other countries. Namibia is rich in lithium. And many other countries, including South Africa, has those minerals. So we need to have a different approach toward critical minerals in a way that they are refined in the continent. Let's add value into those minerals. Of course, it comes through partnership, strategic partnership, because those minerals are strategic for our economies. It has to be that way. Secondly, when we also look at the energy transition, and it's clear that some countries have strategies. I think South Africa also have just energy transition plan. It's good to have a strategy to guide you, but also the pace is different. We can't transit fully by 2050, the way the European Union projected. But there are industrialized countries for many years. And to your surprise, I've been in the US for the last months, and I travel around to those countries. There is a project on sustainability and the extractive industry. And I went to a state of Kentucky, Montana, and Utah. Those states, up to now, they are still extracting and mining coal. They have coal, and I've got good pictures here on my phone that I will use in my slides. But because they still see the importance of having coal. But what is happening in South Africa? They are closing up all the coal plant. And what is the result? Load shedding. People are going out and demonstrating because there is not enough energy and electricity. So the energy mix idea is for us to continue using what we have while we are developing the alternative. It does not mean that let's just go, okay, we close all our oil and gas and everything, and then we go renewable. Renewable, how? If you look at this wind turbine, it requires copper, it needs cobalt, it needs iron, and those are raw material that are in the ground. You have to go and do mining even more to dig those materials. You do even more extensive mining. So they are not, maybe the final product is green because it does not emit carbon dioxide, but its extraction has a lot of problems, right? So now, if we are contributing toward global energy transition, let's be fair. Let's give an opportunity for Africa to industrialize as well. So our continent should use that opportunity to industrialize, given the fact that we are contributing toward global energy transition. Let's do it in Africa. Let's give Africa a chance to have this phase of greener energy products or technology being produced in Africa. Nowadays, we have countries that are stable. They are peaceful. We have some countries that have good facilities. We can do it. And we can do it collectively. The example of the DRC and Zambia in having this battery precursor, it is a good example. Two countries are coming together to have something because minerals are borderless. They can, mineral occurrence can happen between 2 or 3 countries. But if those 3 countries agree of going toward processing and having a manufacturing plant together, at least we can utilize the opportunity as a continent. One last thing, for perhaps South Africa or other African countries to look at those opportunities that are presented in the energy transition. At the African Union, there are some good initiatives and institutions that we need to leverage on as a member state. There is the African Mineral Development Center, is a specialized agency that look at helping member states on how to add value into the minerals. So these are the institutions that we can leverage on and promote to deliver based on our priorities and the energy mix that we are envisioning. Thank you.
Thank you, John. So in actual sense, what you're actually saying is that if we want to continue towards industrialization, we need to have strategies that to add value to the minerals that we have. But then in essence, even if we have such strategies, remember then we also need skilled individuals that will actually try to execute such strategies. So then skills, education, capacities for a range of relevant disciplines are actually required for the envisaged transition to a low carbon economy. So due to mobilization of research and international research projects, how can the youth of the BRICS countries benefit from the energy transition with a focus on creating young entrepreneurs from various value chains of the critical mineral production and processing to the downstream value chain of the industry? And that then is for you, Mr. Fabrice.
Thank you very much. As we are going to talk about skills, educational capacity, and as we are in South Africa, let me quote Nelson Mandela when he talked about education is a powerful weapon to use in order to change the world. Now we are young people from African country and BRICS member state. And now the main question, as I was asking, how BRICS, young from BRICS member state and African country can benefit about skills and knowledge. I know you are aware that young African is a young continent with about 60% of young people, and then most of them are studying. And if I try to give you the case of my country, Burundi, is that we have, for example, at the University of Burundi, only a faculty of geology with the capacity to receive every academic year about 50 students. And then what they are learning They are about what kind of mineral we have in our country. And even during the visit, our president is using to make fun of many geologists who doesn't know how to identify mineral. You will be, and then you will see how it is critical and challenging to the current education. And even in the electrical engineering, in order to access to the energy, when we talk about critical mineral, in our country, what electrical engineering are learning is about installation. They are at installation value chain. And then I'm not aware about other African countries who are at extraction. Within Africa, I don't know, in South Africa, I'm lucky I'm with one of who is working with the university. I can ask who is, for example, are they studying about extraction or manufacturing of critical mineral? Then you will understand that there is a value chain and critical minerals are going beyond our capacities. That's why in order to benefit, to get skills, we have to see our education system, to review our education system in order to be relevant and to be oriented to the capacity that allow young people to engage in energy transition. The other thing I can mention here is that within Africa and within BRICS member states, there is the university with high global reputation and with equipped laboratory and research and development center. Then what I can suggest is that we can set up partnership with different universities and research and development center so that young people can get conduct research in those developed center and also come up with a project that deal with energy transition in their respective countries. Secondly, another thing I can add, there is we can develop exchange programs. The exchange program that can, so that our graduates from that university, I said a fun story in the few seconds, and then they can go, for example, in each university, maybe in Russia or Brazil, to get experience. When I was attending Russia, Africa Economic and Humanitarian Forum last week, there was a call that many students from Africa are going to take their studies in Russia. But my question was, but our continent is young, our African countries. And then all the young people can't go to study in Russia or maybe in BRICS member states. And then it is important to come up with partnership among South or triangular cooperation so that our young people can benefit our energy transition project. The last thing I want to mention is that young people are open to take action in energy transition. But in the last session, in the last panel, they were talking about how you can't take action in a domain you don't know. That's why the skills is very important to highlight within BRICS member states, so that our young people will benefit, will take action. I'll give you another example how our education system is looking like. In Burundi, Burundi currently, if you are aware, is chairing East African community, and at African Union we are the champion of youth peace and the security agenda, because they are taking many initiatives regarding the youth. And then there is a program, Youth Empowerment and Employment Program, that the government has implemented in our country in order to help young people who want to take action in entrepreneurship program. And then because of the weak education systems, we had 1 year once they start providing the funding to the young people, but only about 2,000 initiatives were received by the program. But on the other side, there was a call for internship, professional internship. In 1 week, they received 20,000 applications to look for 400 internship available. You will understand that there is a gap between working on or getting in employment or working in getting engaged in entrepreneur sectors. And then that's why I can highlight here that we can review our education system so that it can be adequate to the labor market, to the need of our community, to the need of our BRICS community. And also, that's why within our organization, we've been conducting a consultation of young people, and we have now a policy brief on youth, on education employment, in order to see how our education system will be adequate to the need of our community, our region, and also so that our education system will contribute to the development, youth empowerment, and Burundi sustainable development. Let's equip the research and the development center we have within our communities. Let's collaborate within the university with high reputation and equipped laboratory so that young people will get skills, internship, and will be engaged in developing high-level project. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. I've been told that our session can end at 16:50, so we are left with 15 minutes. So without wasting any further time, I'll actually I'll give 10 minutes to the audience, and then the last 5 minutes, then I will give my panelists to actually have closing remarks. I can see there are 2 hands already. Let me start here.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you so much to the panelists. My name is Momo Kwape. I'm representing UNICAF University in Malawi. I'm doing an MBA in oil, gas, and renewable energy. My question, I suppose, is to the gentleman who just spoke and to anybody who might have, and maybe even to the audience, we speak a lot about information sharing, and we speak about it at a governance level, and we speak about education and including all of this information within our education system. But what about the access to the education itself? If the information is in the schools, but we can't get into the schools, how are we going to equip our people to further take on all of this? So how is it that us as the BRICS bloc partners intend to create the pathways and the access to this actual information in a practical way, in a way that doesn't allow, internal policies to get in the way?
Anyone who wants to take on that?
Yes, thank you very much. Your question was addressed to me. Yes. Yes. When I was talking about education systems, it is very large. We have academic trainings, and also we have some vocational programs. And even if only not students it is not about student making a research, working on international research and the development center. And also it is a good idea to have, to be engaged in, to get, to work with some developed companies. Because for example, here we have among the participants, Losatom. From Losatom, everyone from here have the can learn more from Losatom experience, because it's the largest company dealing with energy in Russia. I've got an opportunity, for example, to visit their exhibition and to see what they were doing. Losatom. Yes, and even here you will find the delegate from Losatom, and then I call you to speak with them, and even not for Losatom only. There was many different programs and different opportunities to get experience, like for example, the upcoming scientist summit to be taking in Sochi, Russia, in the next September. And then they were calling, for example, application. It is the time within BRICS and the African country to raise awareness of existing opportunities. Yes, because some companies are looking for us and for you also, for everyone, to get experience. Because it's time not to work on installation about, no, it's now the time to work on the extraction, manufacturing, to get experience on that, so that we can be actively engaged. If not, we are working at the third value chain, if I can say so. Thank you.
If I can just, so what you're saying is there's lots of opportunities out there. So perhaps we could look at creating some sort of
A database, yes.
So that there's one place for everyone to find these sort of opportunities.
I think the department has got something similar to that, as well as Energy and Water SETA. I thought Mpo was going to be here, but she's not here. I think the department does have something like that.
Thanks to the panel. My name is Clement Masnamera. My question is around beneficiation. As Africa solving African problem, some might think of, in South Africa, we call them zamazamas. In other countries, they call them small-scale miners. By profession, I'm a metallurgist. To beneficiate, it's easy. If you just work on the principles of the mineral you're working on, you can upgrade it and get a value out of it. My question goes to MinTech to say, when you're doing all these studies, when you're looking on these studies as young metallurgists as we are, we can't afford $10 million to go on a pilot stage. Are there technologies which are so small so that with my 1 million or 500,000, I can start a mini process, not illegal?
I think, Bushle, that's for you.
Yes, that's for me. Okay, thanks. Thanks for that question, and of course, it's very relevant. We get lots of inquiries, and of course, I mean, lots of our work is also quite expensive. You're talking you can get to tens of millions of rands. So we do. I mean, we also do support initiatives from Zamazamas, for example. We'll go out and empower them. So we do lots of that, lots of empowering work to the Zamazamas, and also when we are consulted to then support with the technical work on the beneficiation side of things, we also do support them. But of course, I mean, the economies of scale always will play, you know, as a metallurgist, economies of scales are important. So in particularly then when you are talking about critical minerals, because processing of those, it can be a very expensive process. You look at some of these critical minerals, the production per annum globally, you'll be looking only at a few thousand tons of materials. So, and it's very, very expensive as well. But from our side, we do support.
Okay. There was a third hand, but then let me.
Thank you. My name is Thabo Buthelezi. I'm in the oil and gas industry. So I think my question is how can BRICS partner with an organization like African Free Trade Area in terms of scaling up, inter-African trade and in terms of opening borders and us not taking products, raw materials to overseas countries?
John, do you want to respond to that?
Yes, it is a critical question. African Continental Free Trade Area, unfortunately, is an exclusive market. It is a market that provides African products an opportunity to trade within the continent. You can even sell your own cow, and you qualified for the free market as long as that cow is raised in Africa. You can take your gemstone from Kenya to Ghana to everywhere in Africa. It qualified for the free trade agreement. Because the tariff liberalization that happened alongside the implementation of the AFCFTA, it actually to boost African industries to produce within the continent, no matter what. As long as that product is fully in Africa, you trade among yourself and you are qualified for trade. Example, if they charge you $100, if it is liberalized by 90%, you get only 10% for you to take your product to other country. But at the global standard, like partnering with non-party state, because the parties are the one negotiating those terms. And other products may not qualify fully to the AFCFTA market, right? But that does not mean full exclusion of it. There are still modalities where the AFCFTA market also can partner with other countries. For example, if BRICS, any member of BRICS countries have an initiative of establishing a company in Africa and produce products, they qualify it because the production is happening in Africa, the value is added in Africa, that finished product, to some percentage, it qualified for the market, free market. So this is a market that the BRICS countries also can leverage into that. If India has a technology that they want to test in Africa, they can come and do it in any country in Africa. They qualified for the AFCFTA market and they get a population of 1+ billion people. So there are opportunity along that line. Just to add up on artisanal small scale mining, it's very critical in the continent, but let us look at it in other way. When we have cooperative, when we put them into cooperative, there is a trust between the financial institution and those corporations, rather than calling them illegal and so on. But if we succeed of putting them into cooperative, into a group and formalize them, they can be able to go to a bank and have a loan, because it's not easy to add value into a specific mineral that you are targeting. But with that way, we can at least push them from artisanal small scale mining to a smaller scale and to a larger scale, because at the end of the day, we need to reach there. So that's just my intervention there. Thank you. I hope I managed to answer your question. Thank you.
And then I think I'll give it to you, Sisi. You are our last. Are you? Oh, okay. That's the last one. All right. You'll be the last one, and then I'll go over to.
Okay, thank you. So I am Risuna Denise Manganyi. I am in supply chain, and I mean, to complete the value chain, you need all aspects in the industry. It's not just, we're talking technology. I may not understand and science and minerals and everything. I may not understand everything, but I know I play a very critical and crucial role in getting the minerals where they need to be and sourcing to get them where they need to be utilized. So I've got to speak about two aspects, about localization
one of them. We say countries are advanced based on their value add. We extract minerals in Africa, and we've got plenty. If we were a united Africa and they were to measure us against other global countries and continents, I think we would exceed them by far. But when we extract and we say we're taking it to Europe, they bring back the semi-finished or a finished good. How do we measure localization? Because it is our product. Where is the Department of Trade and Industry to say that we gave this product to you for free, you're selling it to us at 100% profit, and then we say that there's no value add in the product. The value add is in the labor that extracted that mineral. The value add is in the intense work and skills, thank you, that were added in that product to get it out, but we are not in the discussion. And I think this is the platform, or these are the platforms that we need to start engaging in such conversations to say the localization percentages that we measure global organizations are not enough for them to have to pay us for what we've given them to put in the skills that they say are better than ours, right? What would they have to add value to if we didn't give it to them, right? And then the next one is on waste management. I think we need to start being very proactive in the way that we look at we look at policies and strategies within the borders of our countries or within the borders of our continent, and the BRICS countries as well included in this. We are moving into battery electric vehicles. I'm in a mining space. I work for a mining equipment company, and I have started sourcing batteries for big equipment that work underground, that are the ones that, I think the metallurgists here will understand the extraction of the golds in the gold mines, in any other industry, minerals where they're extracting. They use a lot of different types of machinery, and those machinery have started to transition into battery electric vehicles. We have started seeing that from few years to very few years, 2 years ago. And what is the plan to avoid the waste that is coming after the batteries have reached end of life? We need to run processes and policies in parallel. We have processes now to bring the batteries, but what is the plan of the end of life? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So what I will do, I will allow the panelists to only respond to one of your questions and not to both of them, because we're running out of time. Is there any taker? Because I was going to then refer one question to Ntokozo, even though she's not in a panel. I think she can respond to the investment, yes. Then I think we will then take the other one with Sharon.
Do you have a question on investment? Oh, so good afternoon, colleagues. I'm Ntokozo Ncwabe from DMRE. So one of the challenges that we sit with, I think as the Global South, more so African countries, is that we have been talking about localization and beneficiation and mineral processing at source, but we haven't quite yet gotten it right. And it's one of our preoccupations now to say we need to drive the agenda. Somebody earlier on spoke about rewriting the script, rewriting the mining script, so to speak, for the Global South. And part of it is localization. 2 months ago, I was in Juba, and in our deliberations at the engagements, there was localization. And I know it's something that South Sudanese take very seriously. It's high on the agenda. It's high on the agenda here as well. And so it is in other Global South countries. So we are making a strong call on any investment platform for localization and beneficiation at source. If you want to mine here, consider localization. If you want to beneficiate or add value, do it here. Consider the local people. In fact, the entire ESG concept, because it looks at your investment inclusive of the social aspects, which also touches on what the local people have to beneficiate. So it is something that's quite crucial for different governments to consider. Thank you.
Thank you, Sisi, and sorry for that. I think we have run out of time, so I won't be able to even give my panelists some closing remarks. But then I would like to thank all of you for attending this session. And I think after this, then you can have your own time then with the panelists and have further discussions. And I think what we actually managed to get out of this is that let's try to add value into the minerals that we have. Let's try to actually be able to be at the forefront and be intentional about the mineral resources that we have. Let's try to actually come up with strategies on what type of minerals does then each and every country, whether from the BRICS countries or any or in Africa, what type of minerals are actually critical for the economic development of the country. And I would like to thank you. Thank you.
Check.
1, 1, 2. Test.
Boa tarde a todos. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our session. It is great to see everyone here with us. I would also like to extend my welcome to everybody joining us online. My name is Vitor Hisachi. I am a member of the Latin American Observatory of Energy Geopolitics from the Federal University for Latin American Integration in Brazil. And I will be your moderator for this session, in which we will be talking about enhancing BRICS Youth Energy Cooperation at Global Decision-Making Fora. And the importance of this discussion relies on the fact that not always BRICS countries have cooperated or coordinated their action. Sometimes the positions are just not the same, which is obviously normal because countries do not have the same interests and do not have the same issues. However, BRICS countries have been sharing views on a just energy transition when it comes to energy. Also, in renewable energy, nuclear energy, raw materials, and minerals. So why has cooperation not been constant and permanent, but instead only a reality in very specific moments and cases? This is basically what we will be addressing today. Thank you so much for joining us. I would like to present our panelists. We have Ms. Akona Sotieni, researcher at Rabia Transitions and G20 Youth Delegate of South Africa for 2022. Welcome. Ms. Jitsai Sentaputra, co-founder of Youth for Energy Southeast Asia. Mr. Hassan Awad, research assistant at the Climate Change and Natural Resources Sustainability at the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Western Asia. And Mr. Mujib Khan, future sustainability leader of Abu Dhabi Future Energy Company, Masdar. Please, let's have a round of applause to our panelists. I would kindly ask you to present yourselves. Please keep it short since we do not have a lot of time. And please, can we start with you?
Okay, so my name is Akona Klogeni, and I am a researcher at Rabia Transitions, but I also do have a role outside of that, which is as a youth climate activist in South Africa and a youth diplomat. So I've worked in spaces from grassroots to national and international. So yeah, I'll keep it short and simple.
Thank you. So first off to everybody, Sawadee Ka. That's hello from Thailand. I'm from Bangkok, Thailand. Professionally, I work as a lead analyst at an energy consulting company specialized in the Asia Pacific region. Professionally and beyond professionally, I'm also the SDG 7 Global Youth Ambassador, which is an organization that is supported by Sustainable Energy for All and TED Countdown or TED Talks, if you guys know it. And yeah, today I'm also representing Youth for Energy in Southeast Asia, which is a youth-led NGO based in Southeast Asia with my co-founder Amira. We're both here representing Southeast Asian region. And today we'll talk a little bit more about the corporations that we see could benefit both regions. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. This is Mujib. I'm a management consultant supporting governments and utilities in the energy transition journey, and also a member of the SDG 7 Youth Constituency.
So good evening, everyone. My name is Hassan Awad, and I'm coming from Lebanon. I'm a researcher within the Climate Change and Natural Resources Sustainability cluster at the Economic and the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Western Asia and North Africa. I'm also part of a youth group who's working on assessing the biogas potential in Lebanon and maybe later in the other Arab region. So thank you so much, and I'm really happy to be here in this beautiful city and looking forward for our engagement. So, yeah, thank you.
Let's please have another round of applause. So thank you one more time for joining us for this session. And without further ado, I believe we can begin with the discussion. I would like to address our first question to Mr. Khan. What are the main decision-making platforms in energy and climate nowadays?
Sure. I think before I get started with answering the question, I have a quick question for the audience just to make sure they're engaged as well. So which organization comes to your mind when you think about international multilateral cooperation. The United Nations, right? That's correct. So when we talk about the United Nations, you know, we have 197 member states, you have countries representing and working on a plethora of different initiatives, including energy. Now the question comes like, how can youth be engaged? Let me share my personal experience. So when I was starting out as a young professional in energy, I also wanted to be part of the various youth networks and contribute more towards what I was doing in terms of the energy transition. So when I looked out for different platforms, it was honestly overwhelming, because when you look at the UN, there's like so many entities, different organizations, so much work going on. It can be quite confusing and overwhelming as well. But I think one of the things that the UN has is called the United Nations Major Group for Children and Youth, which is the official UN engagement mechanism for young people to work with UN policy processes and UN bodies. And I would like to also share details about the SDG 7 Youth Constituency, which particularly focuses on energy. So the SDG 7 Youth Constituency, which I'm also part of member, I know some of the other colleagues here are also part of the members. So we actually work with the UN, but also different multilateral agencies and organizations in supporting youth engagement. Now, while we know that there are a lot of challenges when it comes to youth engagement, particularly in energy, and I know my fellow panelists will touch upon that, but we are very focused on having meaningful youth engagement. Now, how do you define meaningful, right? A lot of times we see that there's a lot of tokenism that's happening in terms of just inviting youth to be part of the processes so that it looks good for the portfolio, and in terms of like representation, it ticks a box for them. But we are very focused on making sure like our policy recommendations, the work that we're doing in terms of capacity building actually has a meaningful and tangible impact. And in doing so, we've actually, over the past couple of years, partnered with leading international organizations outside the UN, including the International Renewable Energy Agency, where we work closely with them on the Youth Forum, making sure that youth are represented in various other platforms and engagement mechanisms, have an opportunity to work with different member states in also setting up their agenda, not only for renewable energy, but more broadly in terms of the energy transition. And just tying it back to like BRICS, in particular, the Global South, the African continent, we see that there's still a lot of opportunities that are untapped. There's a lot of potential for young people to bring their voices to the table in terms of contributing effectively in these various different platforms. So I'll stop for now, and I think I'll pick it up later on.
Okay, I would like to ask you one more question. Do you believe these platforms are enough to make at least the biggest part of young voices that are seeking to be heard actually being able to engage and take action when it comes to energy?
Sure, I think these are like good starting points, but of course, I believe there's more that can be done at an international level, at a regional level, but also at a local level. So we need to have like different verticals working collectively to make sure like everything's aligned. Youth from different parts of different countries have a voice of their own, but at the same time have concerted efforts, making sure like, you know, what the policy recommendations are. Because when you talk about more broadly about the energy transition, you know, there is no one pathway towards energy transition. Each country has its own set of resources, opportunities, and we have to be like technologically agnostic towards the approaches that we're taking, considering the different approaches that we have. And I would also like to add that it's not only just the UN. We also have like different agencies within the energy space. I also mentioned IRENA. There's a lot of other ones that are also focusing more on a regional level. I'm sure you're all familiar with the BRICS Youth Energy Agency that's focusing more on the BRICS countries itself. So these are like various platforms where I think, you know, young people really have an impact and should contribute. And as I said, like at this point of time, there is lack of representation from the Global South, in particularly from Africa and the BRICS countries. But we need to make sure that we find out what these barriers are and work towards, you know, overcoming these. So, yeah.
Thank you so much. And staying with one of the terms used by Mr. Khan in mind, being technologically agnostic, I would like to ask Ms. Santa Putra, which energy themes hold the most potential for BRICS youth to cooperate on? And if we expand the same question to other Global South countries, would the energy themes still be the same?
Yeah, thank you so much. In terms of what themes that I believe that the BRICS countries, and especially the BRICS youth, could really act upon is on energy security. And why do I speak about energy security, right? So in the BRICS countries, being such a wide geographic region, like from around the world, it's very difficult to get energy access in some areas, right? We all know that, you know, urban cities tend to have better energy access. And that is not only true for BRICS countries or in Africa, it is also true for Asia and South in Southeast Asia. Where I come from in ASEAN, or the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, which is 10 countries banding together, we also discuss topics very similar to what the BRICS countries are talking here, about energy security, about how do we leverage the BRICS countries, how do we leverage the associations, the organizations that exist in terms of becoming leaders in our regions and uplifting, BRICS uplifting Africa in this discussion. And we just talk about ASEAN uplifting Asia. So in terms of energy security, I think that's the theme that can be addressed by the BRICS youth, because energy access is something that can be driven on a policy side. There can be activists who discuss about more funding towards the grid infrastructure, which is very much not talked about. We talk a lot about renewables, bringing on a lot more batteries that needs critical minerals, but there's very little talk about the transmission distribution lines that needs to be upgraded, that needs to be on a smarter scale. It will take investment, but it also needs to come hand in hand with the renewable energy transition. And that's something that I think needs to be discussed a little bit more amongst the BRICS countries, especially because of the countries, as discussed, is such a wide geographic space. So, transmission distribution investment needs to come. And we know that the difficulties of that in South Africa, I've heard a lot about load shedding, discussed in so many different spaces, on the panel and off panel. So that's something that Southeast Asia, we experience blackouts or brownouts in some countries we don't. But that as a whole is something that we need to address as a region, as a bloc. And I think that's something that BRICS youth and Southeast Asian youth can collaborate on. And I think it's a low-hanging fruit that we can work together. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you so much. Going to our third question, I would like to ask Ms. Otieni, which cooperation platforms can BRICS youth use to promote their joint vision?
Thank you. I think before even touching on that, it's the whole kind of momentum leading up to a time that young people need to focus on. So the next 2 years are very crucial for a lot of the BRICS countries. Elections are coming up next year in South Africa. I think Brazil is hosting COP next year, not COP, sorry, the G20, and South Africa is hosting in 2025. So I think before we even look at the different bigger platforms and networks, but we need to look at the different events coming up. We need to work together to map up, like from January to December, we need like a youth map, if I can put it that way, that we have certain events we target and we want to, the spaces we want to infiltrate. And then if we look at cooperation, it can stem from NGO, private sector, and obviously kind of governance. And also it then also moves from bilateral and multilateral. So I think when you look at it, a lot of people always look at the bigger kind of government related events. So I want to go to a COP, I want to go to a G20, I want to go to the SB 55. But I think we also don't look at the smaller interactions and multilateral relationships, which are amongst like NGOs, for example. If you work for like a Greenpeace has different bodies, UNICEF has different bodies across different countries. And I think when we as young people set our ambitions, sometimes we do reach for the star, but like you said, there's the lower hanging fruits. Even in our relationships, we all use mostly social media all of the time, but we don't start with building networks there. We all are trying to get into the bigger spaces and kind of be that one Greta Thunberg for different regions. But I think we need to start looking at how do we build smaller movements. So I know a lot of coalitions are coming up in South Africa with the elections coming up. A lot of like non-partisan people are focusing on the specific issues like energy and climate change and water and the vulnerabilities, rather than kind of looking at the bigger momentum that everyone always kind of piggybacks on. So I think even looking at in the context of BRICS, Africa, the global South, we need to target specific entry points. There's the V20, the vulnerable group of 20 countries. Now it's bigger, I think it's 50, that we need to start also empowering the BRICS Development Bank. Because I think when you look at the next 2 years especially, but also I don't like kind of like capping it at 2025. So looking at to 2025 and beyond is what do we want to prioritize as a youth? Because we have so many voices, we have so many young people speaking from different parts of the world, but I think we need to specifically target events. We need to target kind of connecting a thread. I always see it as that, because we have the same young people from the same BRICS countries attending all these events from January to December, but they're not speaking to each other. They're speaking in different voices. So I think collaboration is quite important. We need to collaborate. We need to be on the same page. And obviously, even like I always hear the G7, like when you go to events, like the G7 is always so united, they take pictures together. And I'm like, BRICS is always literally almost at every event. Like at the G20, the BRICS is there, at COP. And I think we also need to kind of have the same vibe, if I can put it that way. We need to kind of like empower BRICS and see it also as a equally competitive group of networks, such as, you know, your G7s and your Asian. I know also you guys are quite united when you go to global events. So I think cooperation stems from different networks. And I think we just need to start, even at grassroots, prioritize the different networks we have, and then obviously stem up to kind of global cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. When it comes to events, definitely the next 2 years are going to be very intense for BRICS countries, especially Brazil and South Africa. As it was said, Brazil is hosting the ministerial of G20 next year, and also COP30 in the Amazon on 2025. So thank you so much for your contribution. And still keeping in mind what Mrs. Otieni just said, I would like to ask Mr. Awad, what do you believe are the barriers and options to step up such cooperation among BRICS countries and BRICS Plus countries?
Thank you for your question. As a young person coming from the Arab region, I've seen firsthand the impact of these barriers and challenges in countries like Yemen, Syria, and Sudan. The ongoing conflict has left millions of people displaced and lack to essentials, and youth in such area and such places are like struggle to have their voices heard, and indeed like basic human rights like water, clean water, energy, and internet. I think this this topic needs like separate sessions and in-deep discussion. But backing to your question, and while the challenges that youth in BRICS and global South area vary, there are some that are shared. I think these barriers manifest across various sectors, revealing interconnected challenges. One of the most significant barriers is the lack of youth representation in policy making and formulation. This means that our voices are not heard, are marginalized, and our concerns are not taken into consideration. As a result, we are unable to contribute meaningfully to the development of energy transition and topics like climate action and other important topics. Another barrier is the socio-economic disparities that exist in many developing countries. That's part of the global South. These disparities limit our access to resources, and as a result, making it difficult to us to participate in such decision-making process. And we also face resources constraints such as financing, scarce funding, and limited technological access. And by here, I would like to refer to Ms. Pillay. She mentioned earlier today the importance of digitalizing. So yeah. In addition, many youth in the mentioned countries lack awareness of sustainable energy practices, and this is due to lack of education and information about these practices. Additionally, the language and communication barriers that exist in many developing countries make it difficult for youth to access information about sustainable practices. And as I mentioned before, security has a role in this. So some youth face additional challenges by living in regions that are marred by conflict. This political instability can obstruct our pursuit of sustainable, let's say, energy projects and cooperation at the global level. And to address these, I believe, formidable challenges, an orchestrated approach is imperative. This includes inclusive policies. Government must craft policies that amplify youth inclusion and representation. This will ensure that our voices are heard and that our concerns are taken into consideration. Capacity building is important as well. So I think equipping youth with education and sustainable practices empower them as catalysts of change and will empower our role in energy transition. This education should be accessible to youth in all regions, regardless of their socio-economic status, for sure. Interconnected platforms is also important. As our colleague, our delegate mentioned, by creating collaborative spaces, we enable youth to connect, exchange ideas, and rally around initiatives. These platforms should be accessible also to all youth in all regions and should be designed to overcome language. Come on, we're in 2023. Language should not be an obstacle anymore. Mentorship programs also is one of these approaches. The mentor-mentee dynamic fosters knowledge sharing and exponential growth. Mentorship programs should be made available to youth. Again, I know I'm repeating it because it's very important in all regions, regardless of their socio-economic status. Accessible communication, lastly, is very important. Information dissemination in language accessible to youth ensure effective awareness. This information should be made available through a variety of channels, including digital platforms, traditional media, social media, and community-based organization. Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry, before I conclude, I advise all of you to check the UN Youth Strategy called Youth 2030 and another interesting report by UNDP. It's called Elevating Meaningful Youth Engagement for Climate Action, which of course including energy transition, SDG 7 and all the related practices. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like to go deeper on one of the questions that Mr. Awan has mentioned, which is the language barrier. I'm going to be speaking for Brazil and Latin America, which is where I come from. And the reason why we always see the same people from Latin America attending events like this is that not many people, not many young people is able to speak English in Latin America. And that is unfortunately something extremely hard to overcome at the situation we have within our countries. And so how can we actively engage people, young people who speak Quechua, Guarani, Aymara, to all these topics, to all these forums, to all these events, if they are not able to communicate? And obviously translation is an option, but anytime an event has to cut expenses, the first thing that is cut off is the translator. So obviously these people are not going to be able to go attend and engage and make their voices be heard. So how can we actively take action on that?
Yeah, as I mentioned, interconnected platforms would for sure help to handle this, or let's say to handle this challenge. And by saying interconnected platforms, it means that all these platforms should be localized at, let's say, country level, so that we ensure all youth in every country with every language have their space to to have their voice heard in this. So I think the NGOs has a role in this. The local based organizations, UN, also the local offices of the United Nations. United Nations consists of 196 members, so it's everywhere. So United Nations has also a big role to play in this by supporting local organizations or NGO, and include some youth on board in this.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And another question I would like to ask to all of our panelists is, we are perhaps going to see an expansion of BRICS to many other countries. We had 22 countries asking to other BRICS. But even if we do not have any other countries becoming a member of BRICS, how could we approach specifically the regions where BRICS countries are not geographically located, such as Southeast Asia and the Middle East?
see countries from the Middle East showing some interest to join BRICS.
Many of them.
Yeah, Algeria and Saudi Arabia, and I believe Egypt maybe. Yeah. UAE? Oh, okay. Yeah, so what was the question? Sorry.
So even though we do not have these countries becoming BRICS members, how can we approach these countries when it comes to cooperation?
Look, I'm from Lebanon. I don't think Lebanon shows some interest to join BRICS because, you know, we are facing economic crisis, and I don't think BRICS is interested to let Lebanon in. But such spaces like this, you are addressing BRICS and South and global South, and by this I'm in. You know, this addressing me. So I believe such initiatives also have an important role in this, and will, you know, make some, or let's say, use inclusive actions are more, you know, fostering over the regions. Yeah.
Okay, I'll take a stab at the question. In terms of for Southeast Asia, in Asia as a whole, China obviously plays a big role on the global stage, on the BRICS stage, G7, G20, and as well as in Southeast Asia. You know, China funds a lot of projects, their plans, you know, they're leading in the renewables production, in solar specifically as well. I think in terms of the discussion about what BRICS, how BRICS can engage other regions that may or may not want to join BRICS, I think for Southeast Asia strategically, I think if BRICS, even BRICS YEA as a youth, push for that mandate, I think there is a way to get China to kind of be a middleman, shall we say, or a middle person to broker that initial collaboration discussion. I think there needs to be more space for both youths and non-youths to have these plans be discussed. You know, every region on a country level and on a, you know, BRICS level, ASEAN level, they have their own strategies, right? 5-year, 10 years plan. China has their, you know, 5-year plan for, you know, the national strategy as well. I think if there's a space to have those discussions, initial discussions, and a little bit of faith, I think faith and hope is important and is needed, both youth and non-youth. Again, that's very important to have those discussions to see what are the strategic priorities that can be shared. What are the strategic items? For example, I mentioned energy security earlier, but is it that renewables, is it that renewable transition at that speed that the global discussions, which are really, you know, headed by the Western world, shall we say, the global North, is that the speed that we want? Is that the technologies that we want at the prices that we can accept? Right, and then global financing, also again headed by the global North, needs to have that understanding of what Africa, what Asia needs, and what are those similarities? Because I believe that if those similarities are identified and really leveraged during COPs, during those big conversations, there's so much more voice than saying it's just this region. You know, it's actually a more of a pan discussion, a global discussion. So I think that's the strategic point for Southeast Asia specifically, would be through China as a strong BRICS, you know, representation to come and broker those discussions. And we know from all these, you know, you discuss all these global venues that our country leaders or world leaders are meeting. It's definitely possible. It only takes a few minutes to have that first talk, but it does have to start at a high level. I would have to admit on that. Thank you.
Great. And if we go towards what you said about the global North, how can we raise autonomy of BRICS countries and global South countries when it comes to cooperation among global North and global South? And how can we not fall into new colonization?
I think, as I touched on earlier, there's this momentum of reforming systems, and a lot of countries, I know BRICS, I know I went to a convening recently and they spoke about like reforming financial institutions, and I know your Mia Motleys, your Rutos spoke about it at the Paris summit, and I think the global South is tired of waiting for the, you know, the helping hand to come from the global North. I think it's that whole thing of now we're going to reform our systems, and like you said, China is a leading global country, and waiting on the US every time, because the US is also facing political elections next year. So a lot of these developing countries which are being funded by them, I know a lot of climate finance also coming into South Africa was being pledged by the US. But now what if a different political, you know, leader comes in next year? So I think when we're looking at the relationships, it shouldn't be us waiting. waiting for all the pledges, the climate finance to flow through to us, and also to help us transition. Because I think also what is frustrating in the energy space is everyone is telling Africa how to transition, when to transition. We've been told to close down all our coal power stations, but no one is telling us how to develop while transitioning. Because if you look at those countries such as your Europes and your USs, they already have developed to a certain standard, and they're ready to transition because of certain resources. And a lot of them have come back to reach out back to us for coal because of their struggle with energy as well. So I think the conversation, I know our president spoke about it at the Paris summit, should be at an equal eye level. I think it should be at a level where we also are offering our resources in an exchange to get technical, assistance. We should look at the debt crisis that a lot of these global South countries are at, and is being used against us by the global North. We should look at the zero rates that we're going to get this climate finance from, and we should look at the currencies we're getting, the finance from. So I think it's a bigger conversation of how these relationships should be reformed, and also we should be empowered to go to the tables, bringing a BRICS or a Global South agenda. So the V20 is one I also spoke about, where people are tired of going to the UN Security Councils, your G7s, G20s, and asking, oh, can the AU have one seat? Oh, can we have, other Global South countries at the G7s? Oh, can we have the UN, not have like a certain group of countries be, the same countries being like permanent members? So I think instead of going and begging, we should also start developing our own stuff. And I know Mia Motley spoke about the Green and Blue Development Bank, and it's going to be probably a long stretch to implement everything, but it's worth the try to also bind together as the Global South and have our own working functional systems.
That was beautifully said. Thank you so much. I would like to open up for questions from the audience, if we have any.
Good afternoon. The name is Nono from South Africa. So I work in the railways industry, in the logistics spaces. And luckily enough, I had the opportunity to work in the SADC region, right? And one thing that I got to appreciate is that on a government level, there's no cooperation, in a sense that if you want to implement a borderless trade between DRC, South Africa, Botswana, there's a whole lot of red tapes that needs companies to go through. So my question is rather based on how is there appetite amongst the BRIC countries and the youth to form cooperation beyond NDAs? So the global North, I think they thrive on monopolizing IP. And for us to access IP, it comes at a huge cost. So within us here as the BRICS youth or the BRICS organization, so I think one thing also what the EFF has taught us is to create parallel structures. So our government in South Africa is big on red tapes, right? So the EFF is showing us how you can create systems and programs and alternative parallel structure to what the government is doing. So is there room for us as well to show the bigger guys that, this is how it can be done and this is how we can do it going forward, and for us to have that cooperation. If I want to collaborate with you from China, don't put me up with an NDA up front and say sign this, but then how do we then have that mutual trust, you spoke about hope and whatever, so that we can move forward. Thank you.
If anyone would like to comment on that.
Admittedly, I know not that much, definitely probably the least expert in this room about BRICS and about how the African Union functions. And I think that's a shame, because in Southeast Asia, we hear very little about what happens here. And I think it's true, both ways. So I want to give a special shout out to BRICS YEA for, being inclusive and really bringing us here and having these discussions. I've learned so much, right? In terms of your question, I think what we see in Southeast Asia is that governments don't even ask if youths care or want these things. So in the first place, if there's no data of is there demand, is there any of these needs from the people? If you never ask those questions, you will never get to the answer of, oh, they need it like A, B, C, D. So the first question is, do they need it? And I think that question needs to be asked. And I think that's the step right before what you're discussing of how to do it, how to operationalize that. But before that is the data, and the data is missing. And I think that is an issue of the Global South. The lack of data, we can talk about it in terms of energy tracking, in terms of weather tracking, monitoring climate change. The data functions, the value of data is not as valued because there is a lot of other competing needs in terms of information, and whether that be information about what the people want, opinions, qualitative type of data, or quantitative of, where it is best to have a solar farm, where it's best to have a wind farm. All these are better investments when there is data available. So I think that's an issue that needs to be tackled, and an issue that needs to be shared through, as we discussed, a bit of faith in sharing and not being, very, I would say selfish in a sense, like an easy way of saying is being selfish with the information that you have, and just understanding that sharing it between South to South, that type of cooperation, the data that you have existing, to share it doesn't cost a lot to share that information, but it does cost, it does rely on a little bit of faith that we're in this together as the Global South, we're in it together. We are very much in need of, cost-effective solutions that sometimes are not the easiest path to achieve. And I think that's something that, I don't think I could directly answer your question because it is very much specific to the African context, which I admittedly do not know very much about. But I think the step before that is having data and having a bit of faith that cooperation is the start to something that we can all do together. And that's something that I think is true for BRICS and Africa, which is the sense of this conference, but also BRICS to the world, South Africa to the world.
In this, the youth has a major role to play. Like, for example, because youth, in fact, we are more exposed to modern technologies. And I would like to give an example. Like in Lebanon, the government has failed to supply the citizens with 24-hour electricity. So the population of Lebanon, we are relying on alternative, let's say, way to have access to electricity, which is the RE, and by here I'm referring to solar panels. And to be honest, because we are now going through a severe economic crisis, a lot of people are now installing solar panels illegally, and the country has no data about this. And now at ESCWA, I'm trying to map these solar panels using remote sensing and deep learning, GIS tools to have like some numbers about the number of panels installed in Lebanon, and let's say the amount of electricity is generating from this. So by this, I think youth has major role to play to fill the data gap using advanced technologies that I think the elderlies has limited access to. So yeah. And by the way, supporting such initiatives is also crucial. So I think policymakers or government should support youth to to have such initiatives on board. Yeah.
Can I just try and answer? So I think from my perspective and looking at the South African context, and also like what you're saying, the EFF is trying to go for that radical economic transformation, obviously in an African context. What we are still facing, and I would admit, is neo-colonization. We can see it also with the Ukraine-Russia conflict and how our stance is in the middle and we keep abstaining. And I think that's what will affect the policies which we would adopt as a country, as free trade, like you're saying, and how much free and fair trade, if I can put it that way, that we would be able to do amongst each other. Because I think a lot of things which now we are being affected by are the kind of geopolitics of the world. We see how we're being swayed. I know a lot of people who are South African, saw what was happening when our aircraft was held in Poland, I think recently. And kind of like, it's kind of subtle influences that are being projected onto us. So I think that also comes up when young people want to trade. And I know the EU had a summit about intellectual intellectual property, the EU embassy in South Africa recently, because those are conversations which young people are frustrated by. It's your IP. How do you own your ideas and trade fairly? But also, do you know the trade rules of South Africa or even just the continent? So I think the politics are very interesting in South Africa. Like you said, we have like the far right, we have the far left, and then our ruling party is being swayed somewhere in the middle, and they're not really choosing a side, and it depends to the funding. And I think what always kind of like determines South African politics is money. So up until we are kind of independent and we can run our own show, the funding which comes from the global north will kind of manipulate the policies we have and how much of our own free economy we can have and open markets. Because I think that's what's still constraining us, is the fact that the global politics will always shape our own narrative as well.
We have another question from an online participant. So Ms. Rumiantseva, if you hear us, can you please ask your question?
Yes, thank you for this possibility. Can you hear me well?
Not really, just give us a second, please.
Okay.
Okay, let's try again.
Okay, let's try again. Can you hear me?
Yeah, that's better, thank you.
Great. So right now we're facing the reality where all investments, the majority of investments and subsidies actually go for the innovations, to create innovations in the sector of renewables. And my question is, should our youth delegates, our BRICS Youth and Global South Youth and youth from ASEAN region act actually to bring the investments to the traditional industries, to develop and modernize them, to reduce CO2 emissions for the products that are produced from traditional industry? And wouldn't that actually save jobs, already existing jobs in those industries, and actually create new jobs when the commodities with value added would be produced at those industries? And wouldn't that actually be a contribution to a just energy transition? Thank you.
I don't know if any of the panelists is able to. Yes, Ms. Nunitseva, is it okay?
Is it working? Yeah. So I would just like to reassume the question, because it seems I got the essence. So do you believe that across the global South countries, including ASEAN, BRICS, Middle East, it's worth investing in modernizing traditional energy sources and upgrading the systems that help operate and run them? And would that help us prevent many massive job losses, retain young talents in the sectors which generate wealth and help developing emerging economies develop at a pace which deserves, which those countries deserve, and not slow down due to a halted energy transition, the one that some of you also mentioned? Tatiana, am I right in summing up your? Okay.
Yes, you are right. And also the question was if the youth leaders in the energy sector should actually raise this question about the necessity of such action at their local country.
Yeah, and whether we should raise this question at high-level fora. I think it's mostly about like conventional energy sources and investing in modernizing them as well, instead of abandoning them and saying, look, we go further and you're irrelevant.
Yeah, maybe I can go first. I think the question is really valid, and I completely agree with that. Because I think when we talk about the energy transition, we have to take a systems approach towards it. It just can't be a very one-dimensional approach towards looking at the energy transition itself. As I mentioned, like each country has its own set of resources and opportunities, and we have to explore all of these options. So we just can't like pick and choose, say like this is the right approach or that is the right approach. We have to go with the all of the above kind of approach in terms of having a technologically agnostic approach towards our energy transition, making sure what works best for each country and based also on the timeline. We have to think of it from not only from an environmental perspective, but also from a perspective of energy security and also energy equity in terms of making sure that energy is affordable to all and making sure that, you know, these kind of questions are very important and are being raised at the right platforms as well. So I completely agree with that.
I'll take a quick answer to that. I think to Tatiana's question, I think that the energy transition needs to happen for the survival of the human population, of the earth, of other species as well. So eventually that has to happen. I think the question is that speed and what type of other social securities. In this case, we talk about jobs, but there's other requirements as well that goes along, which is at cost. But also transitioning slowly will also have its costs to, you know, environmental refugees, to climate refugees. That's just one example of the other costs. There will be a lot of hidden costs that we will not see. Do I think that right now all countries are doing an adequate job, or most countries, let's just say Thailand, because I know that well enough, doing an adequate job of supporting people who need to transition away from more traditional energy related jobs? No. And I think that resonates with a lot of people here, or most of the people here as well. So I think there needs to be more work towards that, and not just investments into renewables, but in terms of what can be done. I think part of it is not only just about phasing out or phasing down fossil fuels, coal coming first and oil and then eventually gas, but it's also about managing the energy that we are producing more efficiently, more effectively. Demand response, for example. So other systems, smarter, better, more responsive ways of managing the existing energy supplies that we have that will enable bringing on more renewables. Whether that be distribute renewables in terms of like mini grids and solar is another, it's more specific to region specific needs. But the transition, my personal opinion is that it must happen and it needs to happen fast, but how fast it can go is very dependent on each country, and that will have knock-on effects, and it will be very difficult. But I think countries, I think governments, if they come together, the ministries come together, it's not just a Ministry of Energy problem or a Ministry of Health problem, but it's a holistic problem. And we talk about being technology agnostic as well, but also ministry, you know, we don't separate or say, this is not my part of the job, but understanding that climate change is affecting everybody and transitioning away from fossil fuels is required and necessary. Then the question becomes, how do we support the most vulnerable groups? How do you support people who are in the coal mining industries or cities or countries that are very dependent on fossil fuels? In Southeast Asia, you know, Indonesia is a very big part of that in terms of discussion. The Philippines, also a big critical mineral extraction country. So these are questions that we in Southeast Asia also consider. But yes, this is a very difficult answer. And I think that might not be the answer that most of people want to hear, but I think that is the truth that it needs to happen. But, yeah.
I just want to say something shortly. South Africa is an actual case study of that question. And when I think it was a female, sorry, pronouns. But I think when you asked, is it worth talking about it? We are currently in the JETP partnerships, and I know Indonesia is one of the countries, Vietnam, and I think Senegal. So we don't have a choice to talk about it. We're in the process of talking about it. The whole diversifying our grid, and as you mentioned, load shedding is a challenge we are facing. But we do have a development and a socioeconomic challenge as well, which also kind of goes parallel with the energy and climate change conversation. So if we do have coal, and I know our Minister of Electricity is very big on this, and our Minister of Energy, is we need to stabilize our electricity grid and our economies. So we need to still make use of coal. But obviously the question of the renewable green hydrogen has been coming into the conversation, and all the other diversifying mechanism. Solar power is coming into the conversation to diversify our grid. And I think it's what you said, like, how fast are we going to go? Who's going to be involved in those conversations? And we need to be strategic, because in South Africa, a lot of people rely on the jobs from these coal power stations. So you can't just shut down coal power stations without a plan of the just part of the transition. And I think when you look especially at Africa or BRICS countries, the development part is still a very important factor. So even though the planet is going into extinction and the temperatures are rising, I think also we need to maintain human dignity in the process, and we can't forget about the vulnerable population, which is going to be left behind if we're not prioritizing them as well.
Thank you so much. I believe we can head now for the closing remarks of each one of our panelists. So please, Ms. Zotieni, if you have anything else to add, the floor is yours.
Okay, thanks. I think my closing remarks is we can't just keep conference hopping. I know I'm here as well at another conference or summit, but I think these conversations, these ideas need to go back to our communities specifically. High-level people have these conversations every day. They conference hop as well. But as young people, are we taking this knowledge and information to our communities? Are we taking it to our parents? Are we taking it to our families? Because I know in a lot of countries now, when you have climate change happening, instead of people stepping up to say, okay, what can we do? People actually become more paranoid and scared and move to more conservative methods and practices. And the whole conversation in South Africa, people still think it's not a bread and butter issue. So in order to kind of make those people feel safe and, capable and take part in the conversation, we need to make this conversation we are having today, cooperation, a more simple and not kind of jargon wrapped conversation. So I think mine is what are we individually going to do after this event? How are we going to infiltrate our own communities and empower them so that by the time the next election happens, people know to ask their leaders about climate change and the energy transition? Thank you.
Yes. I would leave with a call to action, really, that everybody here that's listening today, that we really think about what type of spaces we as youths, we as BRICS, we as people of Africa, we as people of the world, what kind of spaces that we want to see that will happen, that will enable us to deliver the vision that we want. That sounds very airy-fairy and very, very broad. But in terms of, for this panel, it would be about the discussion of how do we have those very starting points before we even plan, before we even, how do we find those points of, moments in time and space to have those discussions about what are your priorities? We all know that we all have, our outlooks and our plans, and they're pages and pages long, very well written, very well analyzed. But essentially, like, what are those issues? If you had to boil them down to 2 or 3 points, what are those issues? And are those issues resonating with you as an individual? Is it between universities, corporations, between cities, between countries, between regional blocks, for example? So where are those spaces when they occur, and do you have those items that you want to bring to discuss? It could be in energy, and it could be anything about energy or climate, but those spaces, those moments when they occur, can you grasp those moments? Be aware that those are the moments that you can, find those paths to collaboration. I think that is really, truly the start of any type of meaningful Global South cooperation. So finding those spaces and really bringing those priority points that you as an individual, you as your organization, your country have, and to find those moments.
So maybe just continuing on what she's mentioned, my call to action to all the young people that have gathered here today would be just to be proactive, to take risks. It doesn't have to be always that you're the one who's waiting for opportunities to arrive. Make sure that you reach out to people whenever you see an opportunity, you feel that there is somewhere you can contribute, or you see that young people are not represented. You could be the first one in taking the lead and leading the way for others to follow as well. And always remember that as young people, there is nothing about us that can be done without us. So, yep.
Okay. Great interventions, great ideas, great suggestions. But we're not engaged in the policy making. We're not there. We have ideas, great ideas, but we can't do anything. We just, sharing our concerns and our, great initiatives, but we're not engaged in the policy making. That's why I think the first step is to have this opportunity to be engaged, to be more engaged. So awareness, having inclusive policies, ensure our role in formulation and policy making. Sorry, having awareness on sustainable practices and the world challenges is really important. Having access to resources so we can implement our initiatives is really important. That's why the aforementioned strategies that I mentioned earlier holds the potential to propel us beyond the hurdle obstructing cohesive youth cooperation in energy and climate action for sure. So a call for action. I think together we can forge a future where our voices resonate strongly in the global conversation, shaping our shared destiny. And hopefully one day we can see ourselves in really in place who really has a big impact rather than only sharing our ideas. So since then, I don't know. Let's hope for a better future for us, for our children and our families. Thank you so much.
I think the message has been delivered. Let's hope for a better future. And thank you for being here with us today. And thanks to the audience as well. Please enjoy the rest of the summit.
Really, another shout out to BRICS, YAE, to having us here, me and my colleague from Thailand. Like really, it's really important to have such opportunity to share our ideas with like-minded youth from BRICS country and beyond. Thank you so much.